Right. Here we go. Hello, welcome to the live stream. I'm just getting things set up here, but I thought I'd go live on a Monday afternoon. Everyone is probably in work, but I thought it would be fun anyway. And I'll be streaming this aircraft. This is the Commander 114 from Blacksquare. I'll be streaming, folks, throughout this afternoon, Monday afternoon, and into the evening, and probably tomorrow evening as well, before the release, which is scheduled to go on Wednesday. Sometime on Wednesday, this is supposed to go live. I'll be upfront. I've not really ever heard of the Commander 144 before Blacksquare reached out to me. It's kind of out of the blue to me. It's really amazing. It's similar. Well, I mean, it looks visually somewhat at a glance like a Piper, and then all of a sudden you're like, hang on a second, that's no Piper. Look at the tail. You've not got the elevators down here, or it's not a V-tail either. It's in the middle. And it's got trailing link landing gear. It's kind of weird. It's this weird kind of. I believe it's who was. I was gonna say Rockstar, but it's not. It's the Rockwell. It's designed by Rockwell. Originally the Rockwell Commander 114. The same guy, I believe, who designed the Aerostar. Someone told me recently. So this is the same designer of the Aerostar, and it's got some power. It packs a punch, and Blacksquare have done an amazing job on this. I've done a few flights in it already, and the quality is absolutely up there. By the way, before I do anything else, I'm going to go to settings. And is it assistances? Yes. I want to turn these off. Disable crash damage, stress, and engine damage, because I want to see the engine persistence in progress here. I had those turned off because I was doing some recording. So yeah. Anyway. Amazing aircraft, so many things to look at and so many things to challenge you. See, can I? No, you can only just kind of click it. Okay. So folks, as people gradually come into the live stream over the afternoon, please feel free just to leave your comments in the live feed, in the chat, and it should come through to me. You should see it in the bottom right hand corner of the stream, of the screen, and please ask questions, and I will show you whatever I can, whatever you want to see the most. Let me know. And today we're flying in New Zealand. This is I felt like doing a bit of New Zealand flying today. So here we are in Invercargill, which is in the very southern tip of the South Island, and we're going to be flying up to Milford Sound, or into, not up to, into Milford Sound, and then out of Milford Sound up to eventually Christchurch. So we should be landing in Christchurch in maybe 3, 4, 5 hours, and then what we're going to do at Christchurch, I don't know. Maybe after we land in Christchurch, we might take off again and go on a sightseeing tour to the Lord of the Rings movie sites, because I know there's. The place where Rohan was filmed is not like horrendously far away from Christchurch, and some other spots. So that's the idea. It's going to be VFR today. It's going to be a nice little jaunt. Nothing crazy in terms of the flight plan. I can show you the flight plan here on little nav map. So here we have from Invercargill up to. We're going to go inbound a DME and an NDB, and then out from there up to Milford Sound. There's really not that many navigation aids that are not GPS navigation aids in this area. And then we're going to cut across from Milford Sound to Queensland, and then from Queenstown, and then from Queenstown up northeast towards another DME VOR, DME NDB pairing. and then from there up to Christchurch. And what we could do is we could throw on Beyond ATC and just see what kind of traffic Beyond ATC might give us. I think that would be fun. It's not too laborious beyond, and it can kind of live in the background. And if it gets annoying, we can give our first officer or our pilot monitoring in the right seat the job of talking to ATC, and then we can just work along with that. Sometimes I do that because that's just it's fun. It adds another layer, but at the same time, it's not just flying completely by yourself with 0 other people in the sky. So, but as we get started, please, folks, just somebody message in the chat to tell me how the audio levels are, because I'm seeing the audio levels look okay on my side, my levels, but I always like just to have the viewers check that for me. And when I see some messages coming through, that'd be good. And we'll get Beyond ATC up online. Oh, hello. Yes. Okay, here we go. You have the latest version of Beyond ATC, which, for your reference, is version 1.9.15 experimental. So we're going to be flying VFR. Oh. Okay. Plan file. Let's do it via SimBrief. Let's make this into a SimBrief flight plan VFR, because then Beyond ATC will understand what I'm trying to do. And then, actually, I think that might be the best idea to do. So let me just pull across the flight plan again while I'm here. This is a NZNV to ultimately Christchurch, which is NZCH. Yes. And the airframe for this aircraft, I don't even know if it's even on the board yet for SimBrief. What is the Rockwell Commander 114 ICAO code? I think it's like an AC11. Okay, AC11. I don't think AC11 is even on the board yet. Is it? No, it's not even on the board. So SimBrief doesn't even know what kind of aircraft I'm flying with. So what I'm going to do is, until we get a SimBrief profile, let me just type in Commander. No, okay, that's not going to work. Right, I'm just going to throw in the Piper Comanche, because it doesn't actually make a difference to... It doesn't really make a difference to Beyond ATC what we're actually doing with our aircraft type. NZNV, direct to MO, direct to NZMF, and then right, so hopefully that doesn't... Yes, excellent, that works. Okay, fix for MO. Oh, okay, NZMO. Well, let's just go NZMO. There you go, right, cool. And in terms of altitude, we're not going to be 2,000 feet. That's going to probably be a death wish. Let's go up to 8,000 feet. How about that? That will probably be more sufficient. Yeah, okay, 8,000 feet, kilograms. Everything looks good. Flight number is going to be, let's just drag that back across. Flight number is going to be ZKGLW. Generate flight, and that's going to generate that for us. We're not going to pay any attention to weights and balances and fuel, because obviously it's a different aircraft type. It's just for the flight plan that I want. Insufficient terrain clearance en route. Ah, yes. I expected as much. Okay, let's go 10,000 feet. Just go straight up, cruise at 10,000 feet. And it's going to be VFR, not IFR. Where is my IFR? Let's go VFR. Generate. Let's see how that works. Hello, Aviazard. How is the... I hope the audio volumes are all good. Okay, so that seems fine. Simbrief seems to accept that. So let's go now to Beyond ATC and hit the fly button. And let's see what happens here. And once this is done... live traffic is on, but your sim clock doesn't match real-world time. Live traffic shows aircraft flying right now, so it may not fit your time, so... or click no to disable live traffic for this session. Yes, continue. Okay, it means that there's probably not going to be any traffic on right now, because it takes the real-world live traffic, and it's like pitch black in the night. But at least we'll get some ATC simulations, so... yeah, that's fine. That'll be okay. At least we'll get some ATC communication. Okay, folks, so we are almost ready to jump into the aircraft. Let's just have a look at things. So here we are in... let's do a walk around, starting from the nose. Let's take off the engine covers. And of course, if it was A-to-A simulations, you would get rags, potentially rags and things inside the thingy. So so that is going to be for the engine heater. We don't need an engine heater though, currently. What is that click spot? I just clicked a click spot and I don't know what it was. But anyways, let's get up close to the texturing. Again, from Blacksquare texturing, it looks amazing. The bugs, they have like some of the coolest looking bug splatter. Oh no, but look at that as well. Not only have they got bug splatter, but look at the cracks in the paintwork. And that kind of honeycomb cracking is most likely due to heat expansion. That's what I would have said. That looks like heat expansion paint cracking, where the metal underneath is expanding and contracting countless times as the aircraft is used through its cycles, and that gradually, after a while, potentially could cause that kind of very hairline honeycomb cracking. We cannot open the oil cap, but you know, that's okay. Let's take off the chocks on the left and have a look. The aircraft does not have any oh sorry, didn't mean to do that. I meant to crouch. The aircraft does not have any why is the sound all of a sudden gone low? I don't know. I was going to say, the aircraft does not have any de-ice boots on the leading edges. Let's take off the probe cover. So icing is going to be exactly the same issue in this aircraft versus any other small general aviation aircraft, such as the Comanche, the Cessna 172. You get the deal. Don't fly into icing conditions. Period. That's the idea. We've got ourselves a nice... oh, that's the wheel chocks click spot. Okay. Yeah, we've got ourselves a nice leading edge navigation light there. That's the red. And of course, there'll be the green on the far side. And again, the wing profile is giving me a bit of Piper vibes. The only really cool thing is, though, by the way, guys, I saw this the other day and I thought, oh, this is cool. The wing root, not the wing root. Yeah, the wing root is here, and it goes. It's like sloped inwards, quite aggressively, to begin with, and then it hits an area, and then it's sloped out backwards again. So you've actually got a negative slope from here, from where the wheel is roughly. You've got a negative slope from there until the end of the wingtip. So basically, the wings are actually angled forwards into the airflow rather than being swept-winged backwards. So that's a really cool thing. I mean, obviously, there's some really weird jet fighters that have forward-swept wings. There's like there's very rare. It's very rare, but there are like one or two different types, I believe. And then so yeah, you've got a very slight forward swept wing there, and you can see it again whenever we have the camera above, and we'll be pointing downwards at the aircraft. I'm gonna take my time over these live streams and looking into this aircraft over today. We've got it's 3 p.m. local time in the UK. We've got all evening. So I'm easily going to be, 5, 6, 7 hour live streaming this today. So I'm going to take my time. I'm not going to rush myself. I'm going to take my time. You guys can see what you want. We're going to try and get into as much detail as possible on this. And then my plan really is to return my video making efforts on the YouTube channel to making like dedicated tutorials rather than just simply making videos where I'm flying from A to B in a given aircraft. I want to go back to making proper high quality tutorials. I spent earlier this morning resurrecting my research and my production work on the airfield series. If you remember, I made the Shoreham airfield video, and the next one is Exeter, so I'm actually resurrecting today the Exeter VFR airfield series on my YouTube channel. There again is the cracking, the honeycomb cracking in that paintwork. Interesting. I've never actually seen an aircraft in real life that has, I mean, I've not seen that many aircraft, let's be honest, in real life. So I guess that's realistic. But I imagine in real life, if you saw that as an owner, you might start, I guess, would you start thinking about getting it resprayed? I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe respraying is too expensive to fix something like that. But yeah, not aware that there's going to be a new Blacksquare aircraft. Yeah, this is gonna release Wednesday, and I'll tell you this. This is Blacksquare have, with every release recently, Blacksquare have been edging closer and closer and closer, or higher and higher and higher in quality. This has full state saving, and a bunch of other things. So I really am starting to really scratch my head and think about what separates Blacksquare from A2A simulations anymore. For years, A2A has been the king of GA, pretty much undisputed, until something like this comes along, and I'm thinking, hang on a second. There are one or two points where I can still see that A2A are of more in-depth simulation, which we'll get to, but it's close. It wouldn't take much from this point. It wouldn't take much for Blacksquare to bring out an aircraft that is on par. Of course, A2A have their AccuSim 2.0, which is a full simulation of the aircraft outside of the aircraft, which outside of the sim, which is a big deal. Of course, I can't open the door until I unlatch from above and then open. Also, if you're looking at this in nighttime, you got yourself little step lights. If I was to change the time of day, yeah, there you go. You see the step light there. There it is. Let's put us back to gradually where we were. Something like that. Oh no, I pressed the button again. I meant to crouch. Crouch and go into the aircraft. Baggage door. Am I able to open the baggage door? Excuse me. I'm sure. Do I need the key? Oh no, that's the wheel chocks for the other side. Do I need the key for the baggage door? I'm clicking it and it's not working, so I'll see if I can open it later. So, moving along the fuselage, we've got our dynamic registration, which is looking really, really beautiful. And then we've got our elevators. Now, I think I've got the control wheel lock. Actually, if I jump into the aircraft and take away the control lock, does that then allow me to... Yes. I can wiggle all the flaps, all of the above. Ah, look at this. And when you let go, it stays where you left it. Look at the trim tab. As I move, the trim tab moves with the main movement of the flight control surface. It is like it's an acceleration of, not an acceleration, but it's, I don't know how to describe that. But you see what I'm seeing. That looks cool. And then we've got, yeah, I mean, this is all really cool stuff. And then there's, they've not got tie downs. Of course, A2A have tie down. See, if I was to leave everything like that, everything looking really wonky. Oh yes, by the way, there's like a coupling between, and again, this is not a Piper thing, this is not a Cessna thing, this is a Rockwell Commander thing. This is similar to the Beechcraft Bonanza. If you remember, if you've ever flown the Beechcraft V-tail Bonanza by A2A Simulations, the V-tail had like a coupling, a linkage coupling between the ailerons and the rudder in order to help with coordinated flight with a V-tail. And this is a similar sort of thing. It means that whenever you do a bank with the ailerons, there is a corresponding rudder input, which means that when you do a banking turn in the Commander, the ball is pretty much centered. You don't really have to put in much rudder for a turn because you've got this small assistance from the rudder in a turn. At least that's as far as I understand it, so... again, just the textures are really crisp textures here. And all of these little things wiggle. I've flown this a couple of times already, and for about maybe an hour or two, you know, short hops. And everything wiggles, everything vibrates, the animations are really great. I think you're going to really like this. You cannot open the fuel caps, amongst other things, but that's fine. So, and again, coming around the side, everything is pretty much the same. Like, to be honest, this is a brand new aircraft. Let's go inside now. This is a brand new aircraft in terms of its engine health and its issues. Let's lock up the doors. My voice is going to die on me long before the end of this live stream, but yeah, you see, look at my rudder pedals, and look at my yoke. If I put my feet on the rudder pedals now and then move the yoke, we should see some movement there back to where we were. Okay, so first things first, we've got our registration above us. We've got our 6-pack. We've got an ILS localizer and glide slope device. We've got our clock. We've got a gyrosuction. This is the autopilot functions, so you literally just click heading and the autopilot snaps on and it goes into heading mode. You hit nav, you hit reverse, vertical speed and altitude hold. You've got pitch trim power, and you've got your battery and alternator. You've got standby vacuum, and then you've got your T's and P's down here. You've got amps, volts, fuel on left and right. You've got your ignition, left and right mags and start. Cylinder head temperature, and then oil pressure and temperature, rudder trim. What else have we got here? Down well, we've got the split gauge for the manifold, and then the fuel flow. You've got the RPM, and then within the RPM you've got your Hobbs hour time meter. You can see I'm almost 1 hour of flight time. This, by the way, folks, is a pre-release version of the aircraft that I have installed. Obviously, when it's released on Wednesday, you will get your your full release version. This is pretty much, as far as I can tell, I mean, this is really solid in terms of a build right now. I can't find anything wrong with this. I think if this released as is, on Wednesday, no one would have any issues. Well, I mean, there's always going to be one or two people that have issues, but in just in terms of saying, you know, as a release candidate, this is really, really solid. So as you come forward in the cockpit, if I move the camera forward, you can really see, actually, it's far clearer now. You see how the wings, it kind of looks really weird. It looks very unnatural to the eye if you've not flown something like this, but you see you've got more conventional, and then you've got a forward swept wing on the both sides. It's pretty crazy. So yeah, so we were looking, you've got, this is, I believe this should be nav 2. And then we've got another localizer and glide slope indicator similar to this one over here. And then here we've got, so this is kind of analog in a way that I absolutely love. Up here we have the barometric pressure that the autopilot uses, right? So sometimes in a Cessna or in a Cessna in the Bendix King avionics stack, you would see in the autopilot panel there would be a place to adjust your barometric pressure for the autopilot, and this is the same thing. It's just deliciously analog right there. Of course, that's not in Q and H. That's in altimeter. That's in millibars. So it's 2902 sort of thing. So you've got to convert. Of course, on the altimeter you've got millibars, and then you've got inches on the other side. So this is like your nav source panel. So you know, if you had a GPS installed, you could go between GPS and nav. You could go between, you set the approach mode, OBS leg mode, your RNAV. So EGT, all, I'm not quite sure what that is, but then you've got your dedicated breakers for those 3 items there. I don't know why they're down with all the other breakers, but yeah, that's just where they are. You've got an engine monitor, your EGT monitoring. It's the electric EDM 800. It just says it right there. But you know, you see that on the likes of the Comanche and the Aerostar and stuff like that. That's pretty self-explanatory. We've got alternate air here. By the way, the sounds are all absolutely divine. The sounds of this are really, really amazing. You've got your 3 individual gear lights. EGT, it's quite small down there, but alternate air, rudder trim. Oh, there's the other there's a Hobbs meter there as well. Okay, it's duplicated. I remember seeing that and then not seeing it again and then seeing that and thought, oh, okay. Yeah, fuel pressure is down in there. Okay, and for the middle, you've got your throttle, your RPM, and your mixture, and then this is your cowl flaps. So this is closed, that's open. You've got a friction lock there, and you've got emergency gear extension, and then looking down, you've got your cabin temperature there in Celsius and Fahrenheit, and then of course you've got your trim. While we're here, let's just set trim to neutral, like so, and then further down on the center, you've got the source tank, or the feed tank selector, and you're basically just going to leave it in both 100% of the time, unless of course you have some sort of fuel imbalance for some reason. But yeah. So again, coming down here, you got this is a pretty standard. Pretty much every single GA aircraft has something similar to this. This is the Collins audio. So you know, I think I did make a dedicated YouTube video on this one day, a while back, but I need to like re-watch my own content, because that, I mean, so few people ever use that I need to look at it again. Of course, you've got COM1, COM2, NAV1, NAV2. You've got your COM stacks, NAV stacks. This is kind of a unique system, so I will run you through how this works and what you're actually looking at. But it's super cool. I do love the uniqueness and the vintage feel of that. And then, of course, the star of the show, really, for me on my YouTube channel is your RNAV, your non-GPS RNAV. This is where you basically take VOR frequencies, and you're basically able to mimic VORs, basically you take a VOR frequency, and anywhere within that, the authority of that VOR, you can virtually move that VOR anywhere within its range of influence. So if I want to say, I want to just have a random RNAV waypoint out in the middle of nowhere where there is absolutely no VOR, NDB, DME, anything, I can have the aircraft reliably navigate there, and have multiple waypoints, all based off of referencing a VOR that I can tune to. So that's basically RNAV before GPS ever came along, which is really cool. I made some tutorials on it in the Aerostar recently, if you want to go and check this out. And again, below that, you've got your fuel pump, pitot heat, anti-collision, that's the beacon light, the nav lights, instrument lights, landing light, strobe. Then you've got your flap selector up and down, and that's your flap gauge there. Below here, we've got avionics master on and off. We've got some ventilation options here, cabin ram air, you've got cabin heat, and then the defrosters. Parking brake is below here, it's just the push-pull parking brake. And then, of course, on the right-hand side, you've got your breakers, and every single breaker is modeled and simulated. All of the electronic systems of the aircraft, courtesy of Blacksquare, are fully modeled and functional. You got your control lock down there, you got some vents, and another thing, on the side wall you have headphone simulation, so you can plug those in and have a bit of a calmer, quieter situation. Looking up on the right hand side of the panel, actually I'm just going to change the first officer or the secondary pilot view. Hello Ian, good to see you. I see you're streaming as well. I should go and watch that after I watch this. But we have an ADF. I mean, these are really cool. I love these. This warms my heart, right? This is so beautifully vintage and analog. This is an ADF gauge. So we will be using this. Have no fear, we will be using this. Yes, the new native MD82. I assumed that was what you were live streaming. I'll have to pay close attention to that whenever I finish this. So you've got your ADF bearing indicator, and you've got the different frequencies, the frequency bands you can go to, and then you can fine tune those frequency bands there. And then you've got your DME, which is super cool. So the DME scale in, I believe, nautical miles this should be. So everywhere from 0 up to 30, everywhere up to 100, and then knots. Knots, as in like speed to and from, maybe. And then you've got the DME frequency selector. I don't know what the lock on is, but we will be using both of those on this flight today. So. And then believe that's the CO2, carbon monoxide. Yeah, you can turn that. I don't. That's the ELT. We're just going to leave that in the armed position. I believe that's for. I'm going to delete that. Yes. Thank you. Okay, so ELT, and then looking down, we've got some USBs. Good old USBs, and that's pretty much it. Circuit breaker lighting. We cannot open our cigarette ashtrays, which is another one-up for A2A. But you know, it's a bit petty of me to list that as a anyway. And then you got some lights up on the roof for cabin lighting, and then of course finally up on the cockpit. Canopy glass, you've got the old standard temperature, outside ambient temperature, which is exactly the same as you would get in any of the Pipers, so you know what that looks like. Operating limitations, etc. And then the trim, the trim isn't on the roof, it's down here, we saw that earlier on. Okay, so that's pretty much a quick run around of what's in the aircraft. If I turn the camera around and have a look in the back, you can see the texturing of the seat leathers is absolutely chef's kiss. I mean, we are so spoiled. We are so spoiled in the flight simulation world these days. And of course, the chocks are in the back. If I was to click on those chocks, it would reapply them. I don't want to do that, but that's what I could do. Now, ooh, baggage light. Oh, that's the breaker for the baggage light. How cute. I don't know why I wasn't able to open that baggage door from the outside. Maybe it's going to be in the EFB or something. So, anyway, folks. So that is kind of a rough runaround of the internals and externals. Let's get the aircraft, at least, let's get the EFB up. Oh, yes, so we were going to have a look at this. So we have the RNAV 511 and the MX-170B installed. You can see there's the KLN 90B, which is similar. Most of these options are very similar to the previous Blacksquare releases. You guys kind of know what those are by now if you've flown a Blacksquare aircraft. You've got your PMS or your TDS options there for the GTN. This is new. You've got state saving just below, and you've got state saving separated into 3 individual groupings, which is cool. I've not seen that before, but that's cool. Let's say if you wanted your avionics state saved but nothing else, or vice versa. I, of course, just have them turned on because why not? And then, of course, you've got a few more options. VR tablet static position, control alt select with hardware events, always load with covers chocks deployed, yes. Cloud strobe effect, yes. Show Copilot from inside. I have that turned on, but I don't see my Copilot, so I don't really know what that's about. But anyway, VATSIM monitor all when COM1 and COM2 are selected, I have turned on. And then in the payload section, of course, this is again something you guys have seen before. You have the ability to turn on and off the exterior wheel chocks, pitot covers, engine heater from inside. You've got your CG in the bottom right. You've got your gallons. I'm going to have full fuel for this flight today. We've got a pilot and a co-pilot in the aircraft. Let's go with 10 pounds. Let's go 30 pounds of rear luggage. I wonder if that actually gives me... No, it doesn't. It doesn't give me anything visually different. But there we go. We're in gallons and pounds versus... Actually, let's go kilos because we're in New Zealand. So, pilot door, co-pilot, baggage door. There you go. There you go. So the baggage door is now open. If I was to go back and around... Yeah, so it does open from the tablet. It just, for some reason, maybe I wasn't doing it right. I wasn't getting the right click spot. Close that up. We could refill the oxygen if needed, but let's... Oh! I have a noise. Someone followed me on Twitch. Welcome to the stream, somebody who followed. I don't actually have the Twitch playback up, so I heard the noise, but I don't... yeah, I don't know who that was. All right, so engine condition is 100%. You can repair the engine if everything goes bad. You've got your pistons. You've got your starter motor here. You've got your alternator, which runs off of the central crankshaft, which recharges the battery. You've got your... this is your exhaust, I believe. Yeah, exhaust gas comes out. Air through the carburetor comes in. Yeah, oil pump is here. You can clear the cylinders, clean the plugs, repair starter, and recharge the battery. And those are the mags on either side. So again, Blacksquare, they've been doing this, or he's been doing this in his releases before. It's amazing. Pretty much A2A and Blacksquare are the only people who seem to do this. I think does the Milviz Cessna one does the Milviz Cessna do this? I don't know. Maybe there's a few other people that do this. On the piston level. Electric schematics, this is a bit confusing to me, but on the bottom we have a gear hydraulic schematic as well, and the gear diagram actually animates with the gear, and it shows you the loading, the hydraulic loading of the different pistons that power the hydraulic system for the gear, and it's really cool. We'll see that working when we get there. Cabin, of course, again similar to previous Blacksquare stuff. Ram air comes in in 3 different directions. Engine exhaust comes in and can heat stuff. You've got an internal cabin heater. You've got defrosters. You've got all sorts of things going on. You've got your decibels and random stuff there. Failures, of course. What I have is MTBF mode turned on, and I've got a global failure rate set to 1. And I want to fly this aircraft as much as possible and see how many hours I can get on this, and to see what happens to the engine health and the failure system. So anyway, that's the tablet in a nutshell. So let's, without much further ado, because we've already done a fair amount already, let us think about the startup procedure. So let's go to the 2D tablet and go to aircraft checklists. Before engine checklist, pre-flight has been completed, control wheel lock has been removed, seatbelts have been secured, cabin doors have been latched, park brake is set, circuit breakers are all in as we saw, electrical switches all off, avionics master is off, alternate static air is normal. That was where was it? Oh, there it is. There, alternate air is in. Landing gear is down. Alternate air, push to be off. Elevator trim is neutral. Rudder trim is neutral. Emergency gear valve handle up. Yep, says emergency gear valve handle is up. Throttle is closed. Propeller is high RPM. Mixture can go full rich. Cowl flaps are open. Yes, we did the CO detector test. Looking good. Fuel selector should be on both. Beacon light needs to go on. That is that one. Standby vacuum push to be off. I believe that's... No, this is the standby vacuum. We push it to be off. Pitch trim can stay off. Battery master can now go on. Voltmeter needs to be 11 volts minimum. It is. And fuel quantities check. We are full on both tanks. That is the before starting engine checklist. Good morning, Elsinore. Good to see you. Yeah, good. Thanks for joining. Hope you enjoy the ride. Right, so the engine start checklist. What we could do is, I think, let's get the avionics. Yes, let's get the avionics on. And let's contact our... Let's go ATIS. That's 127.
Initial contact, you have information golf.
Airport information Oscar. 1400 Zulu. Wind tree
Invercargill Airport information golf. 00 tree for Zulu. Landing and departing runway 04. Transition level 150. Advise on initial contact, you have information golf.
QNH 1020. Visual runway 4 and visual runway 4
Invercargill Airport information golf.
Landing and
00
departing
tree for Zulu.
right.
Landing and departing runway 04. Transition level 150. Advise on initial contact, you have information golf.
You have Oscar.
Invercargill Airport information golf.
00
tree for Zulu. Landing and departing runway 04. Transition level 150. Advise on initial contact, you have information golf.
At 1900, ceiling 4800 broken. Temperature 7.
Invercargill Airport information golf. 00 tree for Zulu. Landing and departing runway 04. Transition level 150. Advise on initial...
Okay, so we got that. Let's go to the tower. And we could request startup.
Invercargill Tower, Zulu Kilo Golf Lima Whiskey Piper Comanche at ramp 6. Request startup VFR departure. Information golf received.
Zulu Lima Whiskey, Invercargill Tower startup approved. Information golf.
I don't know why
Startup
the double
approved.
ATIS,
Zulu Lima Whiskey.
Ian. I've had that issue for quite a while. Why there's the double ATIS, I don't know. Right, so we've got startup approved on the ramp, so we're going to do an engine start cold. So mixture is full rich, prop is high RPM, throttle is full open. Now, fuel pump on for 2 to 3 seconds, and we will see the fuel flow. 2, 3, there we go. Fuel flow, fuel pump off, throttle open 1/4 inch. Propeller area, we shout clear, clear prop. Propeller area is clear, ignition key insert, so the is already inserted. And do we leave the fuel? No, we turn the fuel pump off. Okay. Okay, we're going to lean for ground operations immediately, so we don't foul the plugs, and we're going to idle around 900 to 1,000 RPM while we wait for our T's and P's. The most important, of course, is the oil pressure coming up into the green immediately. If we did not see that first of all, we would shut down the engine immediately. That would be a no-go. But that's the most important one. The oil temp is also very important. Cylinder head temps will warm up as well. And yeah, that's all looking good. Right, so with the engine starters engaged, throttle 800 to 1,000. So after starting, let's go oil pressure increase. Yeah, we want to see that oil pressure increase. Alternator can now go on. Ammeter is charging. That's... yeah, the amps should be charging, yeah. Voltmeter is 13 to 16. Yep, yep. Lights as required, so now with the lights, we should have the navs on. Pitot heat can go on. Instrument lights can go... oh, you see, when I turn the instrument lights on, the gear dulls? I don't... oh, well, okay, that's fine. Okay. Avionics can now go on. Engine instruments check. Oh, we did have the avionics on to begin with. Okay. Yeah, so we did check the engine instruments. Everything's looking good. The engine sounds smooth as well, so storm scope can now go on. The altimeter can now be set, so let's hit the B key, and that should set 1020, which is what our ATIS of Golf gave us. Directional gyro set to magnetic. Yes, okay, so the magnetic, this is going to so that's 0. Okay, so stop flashing at me, please. So that's I'm just gonna look. I'm gonna look at what my current heading is in little nav map, which is 064. So we want to push that in, and we want to go 064. Set, and then pull that out. And then, of course, runway 04 is going to be our takeoff runway, which is a heading of 038. So let's bring this way, 038. And we will have a heading hold for departure. Easiest thing to do is to go to 040, like that, and then go 12. Alright, 038. Cabin vent and heat. So let's go and have a look at the cabin. We're 15 degrees Celsius. We will leave it for the moment to see how that changes. Lean for ground operations, which I did immediately. Parking brake is released. Brakes check on initial roll, and nose wheel steering check. Okay. And then the run-up is next. Okay, so we are good to go. We're ready for our taxi. So let's call for taxi.
Invercargill Tower, Zulu Lima Whiskey, Ramp 6, Piper Comanche, request taxi.
Zulu Lima Whiskey, taxi holding point runway 04 at pilot's discretion.
Taxi holding point runway 04, my discretion, Zulu Lima Whiskey.
Yeah, Ian. I think it could be that one of them is from one of them is from beyond ATC, and the other one is the default sim. That could be my reason. I have had default ATC turned off for years in the sim, so I don't know why. Maybe I need to go back and check that again. But that's most likely the logical reason there, Ian. Okay, so we got our taxi instructions. They were taxi to runway 04. Taxi holding point runway 04 at pilot's discretion. Okay, so at pilot's discretion, let's go and... Yeah, so it's going to be taxi and backtrack. So let's turn on the landing light and get the parking brake off. And we just need to look left and right, make sure no one's around us. We could get a first notch of flaps in as we turn off the apron and swing the aircraft around. And again, in some places it looks just like a Piper. Like this view here looks, you would almost be forgiven for saying this is a Piper, except for the tail. There's a view there for the, there's a GoPro view of the trailing link landing gear. The sounds, again, I'm going to say the sounds are absolutely beautiful. There's one kind of squeaky sound with the pedals that sounds like a chicken, which is quite funny. You'll hear it from time to time. Hopefully the background sounds are loud enough that you can all appreciate them. If they are not loud enough, please let me know and I can tweak them up and stop talking. I won't be talking for the takeoff, obviously, because you want to hear that, so... Before going out onto the runway, I'm going to hold before the threshold and do a run-up quickly. So I'm going to point into the wind, pop the parking brake on, and do a run-up. So... we did check the oil pressure. So how are we doing? Parking brake set. Flight controls free and correct. Or free, yeah, free and correct. Flaps fully cycle. You see how the needle sticks? I was told, I think it's one of the Blacksquare videos, talks about how the flap gauge needle is notorious for being sticky. Yeah, look at that. Isn't that cool? There you go. Flaps up. So elevator trim set for neutral. Rudder trim set for neutral. Mixture can now go full mixed. Throttle goes 2000 RPM. Set. Check mags. I'm not seeing... exercise propeller. Alternate air. Gyro suction is still in the green. Throttle idle. Standby vac pull on. Engine persists at 600 to 700 RPM. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Pull that on. Gyro suction still good. Note, vacuum suction note increase. Oh yes, wow. Okay, yeah, yeah. Push that off. Pitch trim on. Turn the pitch trim on. Electric trim exercise. I don't know that I'm really exercising the... Oh, I see. Yeah, I am exercising the trim there. Looking good. Heading bug, 30 degrees left. Oh, the autopilot. Right, okay. So, so engage heading. Oh. Why can't I do my yoke visibility? Why can I not bring my yoke back? Hello. Strange. My yokes can't be brought back. I don't... okay. Yoke movement observed. Well, I can't observe the movement now because the yokes are gone. Interesting. Okay, I was going to try the heading bug, but I'm going to waive that particular. Autopilot disconnect, press off. Elevator trim set for takeoff. Fuel selector valves on both. Windows and doors closed. Altimeter set has been set. Autopilot barometer has also been set, so that's... yeah. 1020 is 29er. What is that? That's 3011. 3011. Altitude. The barometric altitude pressure. V speed. Select VS. Okay. But then I can press it down there as well as up there. Interesting. Okay, what altitude? Let's just say, okay, so okay, 10,000 feet. 10,000 feet. VS of 600 feet per minute. Let's just try that. Okay, departure altitude set, vertical speed set, gyro, directional gyro. Yeah, so I did do that. Takeoff heading set, panel lights set for takeoff, park brake release. Okay, normal takeoff. Fuel pump on. Let's... Right, now we do our backtrack, mixture, max power, flaps 10 degrees. Landing light can now go on. Let's put the strobe on. Going across. Let's actually just lean for, because we're still taxiing technically, so I'm just going to keep leaning. Strobe lights can go on. Yep. Transponder on alt, which it is. Throttle full power. Yeah. Okay. So we'll finish this as we take off. Right, quick check of chat. Everyone's good in the chat. Good to see. Okay. Once we hit cruise, I'm going to go make a cup of tea because my voice is already starting to go, so... See the exhaust pipes wobbling? Isn't that cool? Brake test. Brakes are doing good. See the suspension modeling. That's really beautiful. See that? That's beautiful. Mark number. Hello, good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, let's go. There's your trailing link landing gear. Yeah, the rattles and suspension. Of the flying I've done of this so far, it really is superb. Absolutely superb aircraft. Let's just get oh, what have I done? Hang on. There we go. There's the Volanta overlay sorted. And I hope the audio is sufficient, is good. Yes, we're in New Zealand. Good to see you. I just got here and it's definitely not sunny outside my window in Auckland at the moment. Moonlight maybe, yeah. So I'm just flying in daytime, but yeah, I'm flying down. I'm completely the opposite end of New Zealand than you right now. I'm in Invercargill, on the south tip of the South Island. Audio is good, thank you, Ian. Okay, so in preparation for turnaround and takeoff, we're going to go mixture rich. Props are full forward, and trim is set, and flaps are down. So let's just swing around. Okay, so I'm going to take off. It's going to be a right-hand turnout, and I will keep my mouth shut. Power set. Airspeed live. Back to 24 squared. Oh, 25 squared, I mean. Okay, so let's get the autopilot on, and we can start sorting things out. Let's just go heading hold for the moment. Heading hold. And VS. Let's go VS up. Let's get our headphones in, and I can now hear myself. So what we're going to do on the outbound leg is we're going to use the VOR from Invercargill, one of the few times we have a VOR available to us, which is 116.8. So the way you set that in the Commander is you come over here and you've got, this is COM1 and COM1 standby, NAV1 and NAV1 standby, COM2 standby, NAV2, NAV2 standby. But these two are, these are, I'll show you here how this works. Right, so we want to go, what was that again? That was, let me just pull up that was 16.8. So we go, you see that little tag? That little tag there? That denotes which one we're editing. So we want to go 16.8. So this knob tunes the large number, this knob tunes the point decimal. Once we've got it set, we then transfer it, and then we can see here, this is what we're looking at, and we want to go outbound of, what is the outbound? 309. There we go. So it's currently to our right. The radial is currently to our right. Or maybe half deflection, is that maybe? Yeah, no, it's coming in. It's coming in. So we're coming onto the radial. Once we come onto the radial, we're going from, not to, we're going from, and those are our, there's a glide slope indicator there as well. There's a different, yeah, there's a mode function as well. We can read that in the manual. But as we come in, once we're close to that radial, I will hit nav on the bottom left here. Actually, I'll just hit that now. Nav capture soft. So that is going to capture that radial and fly us outbound. Right, so now we've got the navigation sorted. We're climbing at 500 feet per minute. Everything looks good. We're on nav. And we're not using this right now. We're just going to use our navigation, our ground-based navigation. So let's increase manifold back up to 25. And we're tracking that outbound radial very nicely. What we can do now is we can clean up the aircraft. So let's go, can check landing gear up, flaps retracted, autopilot is engaged, max continuous power, airspeed is 91 knots at least, yep. Throttle is full open, propeller 27, mixture max power, cowl flaps required, oxygen, that's fine. Normal climb, let's go airspeed 100 to 120, we're slightly exceeding that. Throttle, so we can actually go up a little bit more. Throttle is 25 inches. Propeller, yeah, so there's 25 squared. Mixture is max power. Cowl flaps as required. We could close the cowl flaps now. I think we've got a lot of headroom on the temperature, so let's do that. Oxygen as required, and engine performance monitor. And then the cruise checklist is the next. So all the way up to 4,000 already. Let's just double check our, yeah, okay, so that's about 5 degrees. Icing might be an issue here. This is winter in New Zealand, so we'll see how things go. Once we get to cruise, Okay. Checking in with life. Okay, right, so happy. We got a 23 knot crosswind from the left. It's a hard G in the place name gill, like in gills on a fish, so Invercargill? Is it like Invercargill? Not Invercargill. Invercargill or Invercargill? Invercargill. Invercargill? Invercargill. I think that's correct. I think that's what you're saying. Okay. Okay, yeah, so both of you are saying it's Invercargill. Yeah, Invercargill. Suction's looking good. Let's try and maintain 25 inches manifold. A-firm, thank you, Ian. Yeah, so we're doing quite well in the... yeah, Invercargill. Okay. So, trying to maintain that 100 knots to 120 knot in the climb. Performance is tailing off ever so slightly now, coming up into the... Oh, well, this was supposed to be... this was supposed to be VFR. Yes. Avazard, yes, definitely planning to do more VFR on VATSIM, yeah. I mean, what with the terrain restrictions, I can't really do VFR because I'd be in the cloud, so let's just call this... Let's call this, Ah, yes. I totally forgot about Beyond ATC. It didn't prompt me. Or I didn't prompt it. That's kind of hilarious.
Zulu Lima Whiskey, ready for departure, runway 04.
Yeah, let's just get through these, Let's just get through those so we can get out of those transmissions. Okay, yeah, you can see the performance is tailing off slightly as we continue in the climb. We're climbing to 10,000 feet, so we might as well go QNH 1013. 5, 4, 3. There you go, and 299er. 29902 on the barometric for the autopilot. Sorry. Yeah, so when we've got the green light right in the middle, it means we're bang on the radial. And same with that. Although that's more for an ILS. Although you can use an ILS on nav on that one as well. Anyway, so we are going outbound from Invercargill. I want to come inbound to this DME, which is Manipuri, which is a frequency of 117.8. So let's go tune 117.8 on nav 2 and see what happens. So 117.8 in the box. Let's see what happens. Oh no, actually, sorry, that's not what I want to do. I want to use this over here, because this is what I want to use. So, I was 117.8. We're not picking anything up yet. I'll keep my eye on that. Let's actually go back to 117.8 on nav 2. Because we might get some form. I'm not seeing where DME readouts should appear. Yeah, I'm not seeing where DME readouts should appear, interestingly. 8,000 feet. Right, let's go down on the VS a little bit. Give ourselves a bit more headroom. $17,800. By the way, it's considerably colder in Christ. Is CH? Is that Christ? That's not Christchurch. Than Invergordon, Invercargill at the moment. If you're using real weather, plenty of zeros and ones at the ground level showing on underground. TA here is 13,000. Okay. Terrain avoidance here is 13,000. When you say here, where do you mean here exactly? At CH. Okay, 1,000 feet to go. Cinderhead temperature is still looking good. Transition altitude set at 13,000. Okay. For a minute I thought you meant terrain avoidance, not transition altitude. It made me nervous. This was definitely not the route to choose today. If I needed terrain avoidance of 13,000, I should have brought the turbo aspirated version of this aircraft. There are two variants of this aircraft. The turbo aspirated, I believe it's called. Oh, it's 1 degrees in the cockpit. Right, let's deal with this now. So cabin heat, let's get the cabin heat on. And yep, so that's going to, what is that actually gonna do? Okay. That's opening, yeah, that's opening the heat. That's opening these valves to allow the heat to pour in from the heat exchanger into the cabin. And the target is 51 Celsius. I'm definitely not going to want a target of 51 Celsius. Let's have a target of 17 Celsius. Target 17 Celsius. That looks fine. Okay, close to 10,000 feet. And then we can get things sorted. Have been leaning gradually on my way up. I haven't had any checklist item to say turn off the fuel pump, I don't believe. Fuel selector, fuel pump off in the cruise. Okay, that item's coming up soon. Okay. Could turn the landing light off. Now we're coming up to 10,000 technically. Okay, so as we arrive up at cruise, we can just click the down button on the V speed, or the vertical speed, just a few until we have a nice approach speed, and then we can sit at 10,000 feet. And then we've got to come all the way down to Milford Sound, park up, and then head over to Christchurch. So, approaching 10,000. Oh, not quite. Let's keep going. And then we hit the altitude hold button. Like so. There you go. Sorted. Okay. Cowl flaps as required. Yep, we've got the cowl flaps closed and we are totally fine there. Throttle 15 to 24 inches. Yeah, pretty much. Propeller, that's 2,000 to... Okay, we're going to pull the propeller back to 2,100. Fuel pump can now go off. Landing lights can go off. Fuel selector maintain balance in both, which we are. Lean mixture. Rich, we've got to lean the mixture correctly now, so let's go lean find. And let's gradually pull out the... Lean, yeah, there you go. And then push in. And then push in until we're about 50 degrees rich of peak. I believe that is how that works. That's about where we want to be. No less, no more. Roughly there. Cabin vent heat as desired, air conditioning as desired, and engine performance monitor. That's the cruise checklist. Does this have a performance table like A2A for prop and power settings? No, it doesn't have like a recommended table for various states. No, it doesn't, as far as I'm aware, in its options. What I would do is I would just do based on the... yeah, so in the checklist is recommending, you know, for cruise, for instance, 15 to 24 inches, 22 to 27 RPM, you know, so you can infer on the based on the checklist what you should basically have set. So our fuel flow is roughly 11.5 gallons an hour, which is only slightly more than you could get the Comanche, but then the Comanche can sip fuel and go almost twice as far as this aircraft. So don't underestimate and think that the Comanche is the same as this aircraft in any way. Yes, I mean, on paper the stats look quite same in terms of power and stuff, but the Comanche can, with its tip tanks and everything, can go 1,000 nautical miles, whereas this aircraft is topping out at 700-800-ish, depending on your loads and stuff. Did you choose the Scimitar or Hartswell prop? I don't know how to make that prop option. Where is that prop option, Alysanor? Is it in the engine page, maybe? I never saw that option. Options? Is it in the options, maybe? I'm not seeing it. I don't think I've ever seen that option. Is that option... I can't remember. I remember hearing about it, but I never remember... I can't remember. I think it's the Scimitar prop. But I could be wrong. Anyway, I need to tune this... I need to figure out how this is working. It's not working. What's 17.8? So, why isn't that working? It's the UDI 4. Why is that not showing me any kind of DME readout? Because a DME readout at this point would be very helpful. You can do nav idents as well. Anyway, what we want to do as well is we want to check to see our... I think there's also... Is there also an ADF here? No, there's no ADF here. Okay, I thought there was an ADF frequency here, but there is not. And there's no ADF at Milford Sound either. Oh, there is actually. It's on top of the other thing. So the ADF or the NDB frequency is 346. So we go. I think we just have to sit here and turn this until it gets to where we want to be. Because the next band is starts at 420, so... This might take a while. That's what we're here for, folks. This is getting slow. Why can't I go faster? I am an impatient man. Not really, actually. Well, I kind of am if that's how fast it goes. A little bit of turbulence up here. The scenery is going to be looking absolutely amazing up here. It's just 346. Make sure that we're not... Okay. Have you checked the DME range? You can check from Lima November Mike. Comanche, if I remember correctly, gets around 10 gallons an hour. I haven't seen. Yeah, that's correct, Avizar. The Comanche is roughly 10 gallons an hour in cruise. This is looking leaned out at 10,000 feet at roughly 11.5. So, listener, it may only in the version you fly. The one of the Blacksquare videos he mentioned it, but yeah. But he was flying the turbo. Yeah, I wonder where that option is. It's going to be somewhere. I don't think you can choose the propeller. Scimitar is the shape of the propeller. Hartswell is the brand. Ah, okay. It's just described in the manual as 3-blade Hartswell scimitar propeller. Okay. I know he did mention it. I know he did mention it somewhere in one of those videos on the Just Flight YouTube channel. So, okay, getting close to our 346, is it? I think it's 346. Check this, 346, yeah. There we go, 346, let's see how things go. Yeah, this 17.8, maybe the frequency is off. We are definitely within 100 nautical miles of the NDB, so I'm a bit miffed as to why 17.8, why that's not working. 10.05. That's ILS. That's an ILS gauge. Don't really need that. That's okay. So that's probably nav 1. That's nav 2. So. Yeah, and then that's an ILS. Oh, why are we off course? Oh, we're off course because we basically finished that VOR. We probably ran out of the VOR. Yeah, probably ran out of the VOR range from Invercargill. And we've not picked that up yet. Let me just check on thingy. Let's go and have a look at the range for add range rings. Yeah, we're within range for the DME. Oh, and the NDB apparently doesn't have any range. Oh, that's really helpful. Why can I not pick that up then? Have I not done that correct? There we are. Johan, my man. Hello, good long time no see. There we are. Yes, we are in the forward wing swept Rockwell Commander 144, my good friend. Good to see you. I hope life's treating you well. But look at the textures, look at the panel textures and everything. Like, it's just great. Oh, good to hear that. Good to hear that. Yeah, I'm struggling at the moment with the DME. DME range is not on frequency 117.8. Does not seem to be doing what I want it to. So maybe my sim has the wrong frequency. I don't know. It's got a range of 40 nautical miles, and I'm definitely within that range. So, and yeah, that's a bit sad. So it kind of sounds like GPS is really your only option in southern New Zealand around these Rocky Mountains, because there just isn't any ground-based navigation aids in southern New Zealand these days. And I don't blame them, to be fair, because I mean, imagine the logistical nightmare of maintaining ground-based navigational aids in this terrain. I mean, to get to these places must be a nightmare to begin with. Maintaining these things at those locations must be just not worth it, you know, in this GPS age. So it kind of makes sense that they've probably decommissioned all sorts of ground-based navigational aids, you know, in New Zealand, and just depend on GPS. So kind of sucks to choose this as a place to fly non-GPS navigation aircraft in, though, but you know, that's what I decided to do. So anyway, we'll just pretend we have it, and as we get further on in the flight towards Christchurch, we'll find some more DMEs and NDBs to you know what, I'm just gonna delete Beyond ATC. I'm just gonna get rid of it because it wasn't helping us anyway. So and I messed up I messed up putting that in. Yeah, Johan, it's I haven't heard from Eric Lund in a while as well, but I know I think he's still working for Norwegian. But yeah, it's been a while. It was really sad to hear that Pilot Flight Academy disappeared. I was genuinely really sad to hear that. I really enjoyed working for you folks. Those were some really good times. I did still try and reach out for the people who have the rights to that video series, but they didn't email me back. So maybe I've got to get back in touch with them and ask again. So anyway, so we're coming up to our next turn, which should be 345. So let's just pretend that we have the ground-based navigation aids in order to make an informed decision, because we are basically above the layer and IMC. So from this place, okay, we're going to have to descend through the clouds into IMC to get down to Milford Sound, which isn't going to be fun, but it's going to be fine. We'll live. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go grab a drink, because my voice is starting to die on me. And while I do that, I'm going to put you in the cinematic mode so you can get some nice externals and listen to the sounds of the aircraft. So I won't be gone too long, but I'm just going to go get myself something to drink, and I will be back soon. when I'm flying non-GPS down there waiting for the NDBs to come alive and seeing how well I'm still pointing at them is all part of the fun. So is cross-checking VORs to try and guess where I am. Yeah, that's true. Well, sir, I hate to. I have an appointment in an hour, so I need to get ready and leave. I'll be back in about 2 hours. If you're still on, great. If not, have a great rest of your stream and flight. Yeah, thanks, listener. I'll definitely probably still be here. Peter Barrett, cool. I owned a Commander for 12 years. Loved the aircraft. It was heavy and flew very nicely. Over the nose was great. Mine was old steam gauges like this one. I will add this to my sim. Yeah, that sounds really good, Peter. Thank you for joining, and your advice will be crucial to our flight this evening, or this afternoon. Ah, it's already 4:15 almost. Right. So what I'm trying to do is one of the things I didn't manage to have working with these two items, the NDB and the DME, even though I set up the frequencies correct. So these are the two that I'm really curious to get working at some point this evening. It may just be the ground-based nav aids that I chose just weren't working properly in the sim. I don't know what it is for some reason. But the issue is that we've got to now descend down to Milford Sound with no navigation aids through a layer of cloud, which is a complete no-no in real life, obviously, for obvious reasons. But I'm going to do it anyway, and I'm just going to feel my way very carefully. Watching little nav map my charts. You can see we do have Queenstown VOR to help us outbound from Milford Sound, but of course we have to probably climb over the hillside to even pick up that VOR. So there's that. But yeah, thanks for joining, Listener. Hope all goes well, and I'll probably see you later. I'm planning on making this a bit of a longer live stream, and then tomorrow I'll probably live stream this again, but later on in the evening, because I'll be probably live streaming after work, after dinner, that sort of thing. Neither little nav map or navgraph showing me any radio. We can sort of yeah, that's probably true. That's probably true. It's to do with the nav source in little nav map. If I go scenery library, yeah, it's drawing all the nav data from Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, 80 days old, reload advised. You could select Navigraph, but okay, so I've selected use Navigraph for all sources, and I'm still seeing a DME and an NDB there, so I don't really know what's going on. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, the fact that you didn't see them tells me that it's not the aircraft that's broken. It's I'm trying to tune nav aids that aren't really there for some reason, and I don't quite know why, so the elixir of life. Okay, so it's hard to kind of gauge. The only thing I can really gauge now is out the window. As to when I should begin descending and stuff. I was thinking actually I really need to do some more gliding. I've taken a break from gliding because I did a 1,000 nautical mile challenge a while back and it kind of burnt me out and I was focusing on new releases and things, so... I am interested to see Parry Sound, sorry, Milford Sound, and get down there and see what it's like down there. Okay. So we are roughly 20 nautical miles from Milford Sound. So I would like to start descending, but I've got tons of mountains in the way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to divert to the left. I'm going to divert track left, and I think there's a valley over here on the left that once I get to that valley, I can descend through that valley all the way to Milford Sound. But if I keep going direct to, I basically can't descend until I'm right on top of the airfield. So that's the logic. And then the next time I fly in this region, I'll just fly with the GPS and won't have any of this problem. So, yeah. So now we are thinking about it. Let's start thinking about descent. So cowl flaps are already closed. Throttle, reduce, mixture enrichen, and engine performance monitor. So that's not a horrendous... Ooh, hello, turbulence. When I've had to find Milford Sound with no idea where I am, I stay above 7,000 until I'm off the coast, then descend over the water and work out where I am. Okay. Yeah, no, that might... I'm just looking at the map now. That might be what I'm going to have to do. We'll see. We'll see. I think there's a... If I show you here... There's a patch of... There's a valley in here that goes from, like... See, we're heading towards this area? Seeing it's a darker green color? See this river that runs along? I'm going to basically head towards here. And once I'm here, I turn northeast and start descending through this valley system. Failing that, I could just go out to the coast, as you suggest, and then turn around and come in. That works too, but I think I'm good coming down through this valley. I'm relatively positive about that situation. But the aircraft so far, like, is just top of the line, folks. I love this analog thing. I love these. I really look forward to seeing these actually working when we get the right ground-based stations to tune into. What could be better about this add-on? I don't think I can't really think of anything that I would think needs added. Maybe slightly more detail in so in this here. So see, A2A has several different engine components that all can individually break and degrade and stuff. And that's the one thing. Remember at the beginning of the live stream I said there's only one area I think that A2A still are better than Blacksquare, but I think this might be it, is that A2A still have a far more detailed breakdown of the engine simulation than Blacksquare. You can repair individual cylinders when they get bad. You can repair individual components. There's an oil simulation. There's probably an oil simulation in Blacksquare. I just haven't appreciated it yet. But I don't see any specific oil-related items other than like the oil pump. But I don't see any specific oil-related... I don't think you can replace the oil. Can you replace the oil in this? Clear cylinders, clean plugs, repair starter, and recharge battery. But I don't think you can actually replace the oil. Which, when thinking about it, you would think actually that, of all things, seems like a fairly obvious that if you want to create a high fidelity aircraft, having an oil simulation where you can replace the oil with fresh oil is a fairly obvious item to have on the list, but I'm not seeing it in the engine page here for Blacksquare. I'm just seeing reference to you do need to do regular oil changes. Well, where am I? Refill oxygen, baggage door, co-pilot door. I'm not seeing any oil related. Oh yes, oh you're agreeing me with that you do need to do regular oil changes. Oh, that should be an item. Yes, okay. Yeah, so that valley is the Arthur Valley, which goes from Milford Sound up to the Quinton Lodge Strip. That's a challenging flight you will very much enjoy one day when you try it. Use a small plane. Yes, I think I did actually see on... Oh, I should have made that turn. Oh yes, that turn is right now. Okay, folks. Alright, folks, let's begin descending. Oh, is that it? Oh my goodness, that's it. Right. Okay, so to begin the descent, let's come off the... Oh, not that much yet, thank you. Let's just come off the altitude hold and hit the down key a couple of times and come over towards this valley. This valley is smaller than I thought it was going to be. Let's go 15 inches on the manifold, and we will begin enriching our mixture soon. And we need to be more like 060 actually. And this is the valley we're going through. There's the sea. So even if we did go around by the coast, as you suggested, it's not that far. Milford Sound is very close now. Okay, so life is good. Things are happening. What we do need is the local barometric pressure for Milford Sound, so let me just go grab that on a TCAS, or not a TCAS, a METAR. Let me just grab from metartaf.com. Let's go see what Milford Sound is doing. Here we go. Okay, so 0 degrees Celsius. QNH is 1021. Wind is 030 at 5 knots. So from the northeast, roughly. No ceiling. 10 plus visibility. VFR state. Okay, so pretty clear. It's just cold. Because it is Quinton Lodge is only 5 to 6 minutes flying. You might be a little bit high. I'm coming into Milford Sound rather than Quinton Lodge, but is Quinton Lodge behind me at this point? Okay, we might have to like, oh, there is Milford Sound right there. Yes, we are higher than I expected. Yes. Right, okay. Look at those cliffs, though. Right. We are just gonna have to fly up the valley. Yeah, so we're gonna fly out to sea. As 315 is a good place to be. Or 310. I'm gonna set it to 310. So we're gonna fly it down there in the descent and then turn around and come back in to land. Look at those cliffs though. Oh my goodness. While I'm doing this, I need to understand what you're talking about. Yeah, no, this is Milford Sound. This is Milford Sound I'm over. Not sure where Quinton Lodge is. I'm not seeing that on the map yet. But I could be mistaken. Do you have an iCal code for Quinton Lodge, or is it just a dirt strip sort of thing? That is some wind shear and a half. I mean, that's disgusting wind shear. I mean, that's a glider's dream, but yeah. It's at the other end of the valley. It's tiny. It's one of the codes Microsoft made up. Oh, okay. So the other end of the valley. I'm not seeing it on a little nav map. Oh, I did see it in the, when I went to select free flight and zoom in on the map, I think I did see it, actually. It's literally a strip in between trees, am I right? It's kind of southwest of Milford Sound. I love how the ice breaks up and makes and slowly merges into the green. Change to top of view. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, I recently had I had an issue with the topographical. I recently had an issue with the map source, and so I just changed it to what it is now. Granted, I should probably have a topographical view for this terrain, but... Okay, so 5,000 feet, I think we should be fine. Let's swing around 180 degrees and not hit a cliff. I think that's my main goal at this point, is to not hit a cliff. And we might end up hitting a cliff. Oh crap. Yeah, we're gonna end up hitting a cliff, so I'm just gonna pretend that this is what I was gonna do all along, and just swing it around the other direction. Okay, Tango 004. Okay. 4,000. Okay. At 4,000 feet, yeah, we're okay. Let's get down to 1,000 feet, and we'll be fine. We can bomb through the valley at 1,000 feet into Milford Sound. That'll be great. Look at that, though. Okay, so coming down through 3,000 feet, let's enrich in the mixture again a little bit. RPM is good. Let's just hit the B key for the moment for our local QNH. See, what is that giving us? 1024. Yeah, and then we're gonna hook our way through this this canyon here. Getting out of this place is gonna be crazy. yeah, getting out of this place is going to be crazy. But I did decide to do this, so... Right, so coming down through 3,000 feet, let's have a look at our checklist again, just to make sure throttles reduced, mixture enriching, performance monitor, the approach checklist, seatbelts are secure, oxygen is off, fuel selector is again on both, fuel pump, let's go on, landing light on, air conditioning is off, let's get rid of the cabin heat, cowl flaps as required, let's put that open now. And let's not crash into the side of the cliff here. Mixture, max power, flaps 20 degrees, airspeed 80 knots. Okay, checked. The approach checklist, look at that. Wow. Wow. That's some scenery, I'm telling you. Actually, let's go manual now. Just gonna fly it manually. Wow. I mean, what I'm looking at out my window, I don't really believe this exists in real life. Looking at this, my brain doesn't want to believe that this is a representation of reality. Because these mountains are so horrendously steep. It's kind of giving me a bit of it's like you know that phobia you can get of deep water? That's kind of what I'm feeling right now, because I know that those mountains, if they're that steep, they literally just drop sheer down to the ocean floor, and that is horrendously deep water below me. Like, that's not a lake, that's like the sea, and that's just horrendously deep. Oh my goodness. What is the go-around pattern at Milford Sound? My goodness. Okay, I'm just trimming a little bit, so I'm just arresting our descent rate slightly, and we're just gonna do a straight in to the runway. It is absolutely like that. Google it and look at the images. Yeah, I'm going to have to after this. Because this does look horrendous. I mean, the wind must just funnel up and down this valley. There's... Oh, look how the... Oh, wow, yeah, we just got clipped. The light just got clipped off as it went over that peak. Anyway, right, let's pay attention. First landing on live stream. Let's... Okay, so let's get our, I want to show you, right, I need to already be far, far, far. Okay. Okay, I should have already been there. Okay, I'm already way too fast and way too high. This is ridiculous. Oh, crap. Okay. This is the gear warning bell. I'm going to do a bit of cross control just to bleed speed. Right. Flaps now. Watch the gear. That was cool. Right. Let's do a bit of cross control. Flaps are full. Oh crap. Oh. Oh, that doesn't... That's... Every kind of terrain reference isn't making any sense in my head with mountains that big, that close. Okay, right turn up the river. Yeah, it's gonna have to be if I need to go around here. I think I'm okay. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, and there's the nose wheel gear, the nose wheel shimmy. Oh, that was fun. Oh, there's a bus. Y'all. Okay, let's just get rid of that. Oh, that was a bit scary. And turn off the active. Wow. Strobes off. Fuel pump off. Oof. And flaps up. And this is the default scenery for Milford Sound from MSFS 2024. I think this was one of these sort of like scenery, you know, whenever they do like a scenery upgrade, what do they call it? A world update in MSFS 2024. They give you like scenery. They give you various airports along with it. Right. Okay. So let's do a quick anti-collision goes off, nav goes off, landing goes off, avionics goes off. Battery goes off, power goes to idle, mixture idle cutoff. And there we are. Oof. Welcome to Milford Sound. This is the first time I've ever been to Milford Sound. And we get the heat popping noises. This looks nice. Nice that this is default. There's a little cargo area there. There's the control tower. I mean, there's literally there's like a town here or a village. There can't be a huge amount here. Can you imagine living here? I can't. I just can't imagine living here. Just look at the terrain. Look at that. That is just shocking. Wow. Okay, so let's jump back in the aircraft and start to think a bit. As the aircraft kind of cools down a bit, we'll let the aircraft cool down, and we can now think about our next leg, all right? So, our next leg is from Milford Sound to Christchurch, via Queenstown, the Queenstown VOR. So really, from Milford Sound, we're looking at getting over to Queenstown first, and then after Queenstown, it flattens out, relatively speaking, between Queenstown and the East Coast, and then from the East Coast, you know, up to Christchurch, that's pretty flat because that's just the terrain runoff from all the ridge of mountains. So. But what I think I need to do is I do need to do what you told me to do earlier on, which is change the map style. Where is it? Theme. It's in theme. I need some sort of topographical map box. I'll start flicking through them to see which ones work. Satellite? No. It requires additional information. Topo. No. Topographical? No. No, that didn't help. Oh, the OpenStreetMap? Yeah, this is what happens to the OpenStreetMap. That's why I changed from the OpenStreetMap to the other one. OpenTopo map? Ooh, yes, this is what I'm going to need. Okay, OpenTopo map. Yep. Thank you. Okay, so from here, yeah, you're right. I could fly southeast through these valleys and climb like an absolute machine. I quite like the idea of that. That's quite, yeah, let's do that. And I mean, I could even follow this orange road, but then it bottoms out. I mean, look at that. It's just These oh wow, these valleys though, this is going to be fun. I'm going to enjoy this. And then once I get to this lake, it's basically just down and around, like, you know, no problem. Wow. Yeah, you can see really now, after Queenstown it kind of flattens out a bit, and then you got the flats until Christchurch. And then after Christchurch, if we have time this evening and my brain is still alive, I'll go hunting for Lord of the Rings filming locations, because I think there is in one of these valleys. There's the is it like this? Is it this one here? No, that's got a lake next to it. Mount Guy. It's one of these places in here where they filmed the set for Rohan. One of those valleys in there. We'll go and find that. Okay, without much further ado, let's just jump back, because the sooner we get back in the air, the sooner we can be having fun. So let's get back in the air. Let's close the door. Lock. And let's have a look at engine stuff. So engine condition is still 100%. That's good. Engine hours is 1.9 hours. So we're all good. What do we got in terms of fuel? Fuels we're still good. We're fine. No issues there. Yeah, basically it's just take off and rinse and repeat. So let's get the engine turned on and do what we did before. So let's go mixture rich, prop. Let's actually go throttle full. Let's turn on the battery, and then we can turn on the fuel pump like so, just to get a little blip in the system, and then crack the throttle, and then we hit the ignition. Maybe I need to turn the fuel pump on. There you go. There she goes. Okay, she always runs rough a little bit to begin with, but I'm gonna lean and let the cylinders clear. Now that we're like that, let's turn on the I should have had the anti-collision lights on already, but anyway. Get the pitot heat on, because we are down to we're actually like 9 degrees Celsius down here. I must not have my weather set correctly. No, weather is live weather. Interesting. Oh, yeah, no, I don't know. I'm not gonna. Okay, so everything looks good. Fuel, cylinder heads, temperatures, volts. Let's get the pitch trim and the alternator on now. All looking good. Cool. We are good to go. What we will do first is we'll just tune the VOR of Queenstown, which is 13.6. So let's go to nav 1 and let's go 13.6. That's going to appear in here. And the inbound radial to that is 093. So let's go this direction and go 093. And if anyone has any questions, I will have a look at the chat in a second here. Oh, there's 093 set. So, yeah, I think we're all good. Okay, I'm going to set 1 notch of flaps and release brakes and get going. Goodbye, Milford Sound. It was good to see you. Thanks for looking so cool. I'll have to come back in summer, in the New Zealand summer, that is. Let's taxi down to the end of the runway, backtrack, and Bob's your uncle. Okay. I do find that taxiing the Commander at 1100 RPM, she does accelerate on you. What you really want is taxiing. Optimum's taxiing RPM is about 900 in the Commander. That's where I find it most manageable. And to be fair, most of my GA aircraft, even though sometimes in the manuals they say idle and taxi around 1000 RPM, I usually find for taxi 900. It depends all on your loads and stuff, of course, as well, but let's get the strobe on. Rohan location is Mount Sunday, which is near NZPL, if that helps. Thank you. I will go searching for that after we get to Christchurch. So, okay, so that valley there. Oh, for goodness sake! Oh, for goodness heavens! Look at that valley. That's where we're going. Oh, goodness me! Right, okay. Mixture, rich, props full, flaps set. Trim set, powerful, release brakes. I need no checklist for that. Let's just get going. Airspeed alive. 80 knots checked. Those trees up ahead look ominous. Wheels up. Tap the brakes. Gear up. Let's get out over the water here. Okay, flaps up. Ooh. Oh my goodness. I mean, that's a glider's dream. It's just beautiful. Yeah, I'm gonna take a right-hand turn through this. Right, I'm gonna come back to 25 squared. 25 squared, start to lean fuel mixture slightly. Ooh, this is all going to be manual flying here. There ain't no way I'm autopiloting any of this. Okay, climbing at least 1,000 feet per minute. Down here at where it's a little bit colder. Well, it's winter down at sea level. Should have some good climb rates. That reminds me, could take my landing lights off now. Fuel pump can come off. Well, actually, they say in the checklist the fuel pump can come off in cruise, so we'll just keep it on. That's fine. And let's just keep... Maybe I should have turned right there. These mountains... I might get here and realize that I've gone and crapped myself. Oh, crap. Oh, for goodness heaven's sake. That is, that's not really gonna happen, is it? Whoa, let's just go max power and keep climbing. You would never, ever, ever do this in real life. I cannot imagine that anyone that is so foolish would ever even think of doing this in real life. But we're going to see what the max climb performance... I'm going to take a right-hand turn through here because there's a little bit more... Am I though? Am I though? Actually, no, I'm going to be able to make that. I'm going to be able to make that. Nope. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. Am I though? Yeah, I am. Just. Oh yeah, I'm climbing at 80 knots indicated. No, oh, I am actually losing speed here. Let's do a rotation. Let's do a rotation. Let's do a rotation, he said. Was the last thing he said. 30-degree bank angle. Let's tuck in. Let's tuck in for the climbing turn. Got a little bit of airspeed back. It's good. It's not smack into the side of the wall there. 4,000 feet and still climbing. Yeah, I'll make it now this time. Don't be afraid to do a loop. There we go. Okay, I've got 8 knots tailwind. Maybe I'll get a bit of updraft going over this shelf. Probably. Okay, coming back down to 25 squared. Now that the worst is behind us, he says. 25 squared, set. Woof, 5,000. Oh, she's dancing around a bit there. That's some updrafts and downdrafts there for you. I'd have so much fun gliding in these mountains. Gliding would just be so cool. I will have to come back here in a glider. Okay, so I think we just about managed to survive. Yeah. Yeah, if I hug these mountains, I'll get some updraft, some pretty serious. We've got 11 knots crosswind coming up this side of this mountain. So I think we're probably actually sat in a pretty significant updraft, which is giving us some help on our climb performance. Yeah, at 6,000 feet, we're doing easily we're doing over 1,000 feet per minute in the climb. I think that's good. That was fun. I mean, I guess the only like lawful way out of Milford Sound is to like back out towards the coast again. I'm gonna have to research that airport and see what like aircraft like regularly get in and out of there in real life, and what kind of procedures they do. Ooh, look at that. Isn't that stunning? Hmm. Oh! Oh. Yeah, you see, where there's updrafts, there's also downdrafts. So, and we've got a 12-knot tailwind, and we've got really dirty air off the backside of that massive peak, which could easily have completely destroyed us. But we're up now. We're just about above the worst of it. And ahead of us, I can just see... I think this is the valley I want, or... No, this one, actually, this one is fine. If I follow this valley, it'll take me to the lake, so... Right, let's get us some actual airspeed now. Get up to 10,000 feet, and settle into our cruise to Christchurch. Actually... No, I meant this one, sorry. Just looking at my map. I meant this one. Okay, once we get the autopilot on, we can start to calm down. Autopilot on, VS, click the up button a few times. There we go. Done. Okay. Oof. Oof. Right, let's why would you reduce power? Look what's in front of you. Yeah, well, I did reduce power and then I put it back on again, didn't I? Oof, okay, there is the green. There is, not green, there is the blue. Okay, we've now got our VOR radial, which is telling us to cut across the mountains there, which I could, but I'd rather just follow the lake. So, not the, is it a lake? Technically, yes, it is a lake, yeah, okay. What is it called? Lake Wakatipu. Lake Wakatipu. Coming up to 8,000 feet. A flight sim channel that covers everything else other than the A220. Oh my goodness. Hi from Italy. Yeah, good to see you. Yeah, I know everyone is probably going mad about the A220 at the moment. I am not an my YouTube channel from the word go has never focused on GPS airliners. There are very few exceptions to my rule of no GPS error anything on my YouTube channel. So I focus on steam gauges pretty much almost exclusively, except for the few exceptions. What kind of autopilot does this have? Can it follow a glide slope, or do you have to do everything yourself? Good question, goat friend. Yes, it does have an autopilot. It does follow a glide slope. We can see that. We'll see that at Christchurch when we get there. I can do that for you. But I have... it does a good job. I would say there's a little bit more automation than the Piper Comanche. I feel like there's slightly less that you have to do in this. Maybe that's not really the best way of saying it. Maybe the best way of saying it is that the autopilot has more more power and control in managing an approach. Like the Comanche has zero automation in the verticality. The way you do verticality in the Comanche is all through a trim. The only thing the autopilot can do is do an altitude hold. In this, you can do VS, you can do vertical speed, and whenever you are going down a glide slope, it will automate. The autopilot will manage a glide slope no problem. Whereas in the Comanche, again, it's just your trim. So let's just go 150 down the road there. Let's stop at 8,000 feet. And let's also lean a little bit more. If you Google in and out around Milford, you can get book. You'll get the book. It publishes about how 28 pages. Caravans and Islanders are about the biggest planes. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. That makes sense. Caravan. I've got to get a caravan in there. That would be fun. Well, I mean, obviously we've now got the Blacksquare Caravan, so I need to do that. Am I right in saying, I think Blacksquare has said that the Islander is his next project after this, or he's deep into development on the Islander, which I would love to see in the sim. I think he'd do an amazing job. I mean, he's doing an amazing job on everything. So. close down that cowl flap. Turn off fuel pump and cruise. I think we're good. Oh, I guess we could come back to 22. I'm gonna lean a little bit more back down to 11.5, and we're good. I didn't see Island. I saw Twin Command. Oh, Twin Commanders. Thank you. Yep. Sorry, not you've corrected me. Thank you. That's what I meant when. Yeah, it's Twin Commanders, then King Air, probably. Yeah. I'd love the King Air and the 1900 Delta. If I'd love a 1900 Delta. That would be good. I think PMDG did a 1900 Delta way back when, didn't he? I'm impressed with you making it out of there, by the way. The only way the only way I made it out of there is I did what you would never do in real life. You'd never go in there in the first place, and you would never. The tolerances in those canyons, just for a fixed wing aircraft, is death. You would not do that. I mean, the ridge lift would, the updrafts and downdrafts would just kill you. I'm sure of it. Which is why no one ever goes in there, because they know they would die. The only way you would ever go in there is if you're in a glider, and you're actively seeking those ridges for ridge soaring. Jetstream. Okay. Yeah, and the Jetstream. Yeah. Oh, did you see the? Oh, did you see the wing flex? I just saw it in external view. We saw some wing flex. We hit some turbulence, and the wings did a little bit of a bounce. Maybe external view will see better. You can see we're now coming into an area of photogrammetry at Queenstown, and you can all of a sudden see the I feel like photogrammetry is a bit of a double-edged sword. In one instance it can be hyper realistic and look stunning, and then in another and then in the exact same second it totally breaks the immersion. And see that texture popping? Constant texture popping. Look at that. So either I don't have my settings right, or it's just not worth really doing. Where is that? Oh, there should be about 030. There it is. 033. Oh, okay, our heading card is significantly gyro drifted off of our true heading here. So we are 4-6. About there. And that's a bit of a dirty in-flight update. But, okay, so 4-6 is going to be our outbound. So we'll fly until we cross from to from, and then we will join that outbound radial from Queenstown. There it is. The famous airfield in southern New Zealand. Cool. I love New Zealand. It looks so like New Zealand at the whole Oceania of Australia, Tasmania, New Zealand. The scenery is just stunning. So, Raise Daniel from Italy. Are you saying is just everyone else streaming the A220 right now? Because is it still pre-release? Because I know it's releasing this week, isn't it? It must be all the kind of the big hotshot live streamers who all have pre-release access are live streaming it. That's probably what it is. Oh yeah, all the big hotshot YouTubers pumping out tutorials on YouTube for the A220 right now. I mean, fair enough, but I'm not an A220 fan. The one cool thing about the A220 though is that the avionics are exactly the same as the Global 6000, which I am interested in for my jet card operations. I currently fly the Falcon 50 on jet card, and I'm looking forward to the range of the Global 6000. Also, my brother is type rated on the Global 6000, so. Okay. We're coming inbound on that radial, that outbound radial from Queenstown of 046. Once we get to that point, we're pretty much across it. Let's just hit the nav button, and the aircraft is now in nav mode, and we should see the aircraft respond and track that outbound radial from Queenstown. And we've got 112 nautical miles. Now, the next waypoint we're going to is another pairing of a DME and an NDB. So let's try and get this correct this time. Let's go. So the DME is 15.9. Set. Oh. Yeah, the needle is live. The needle is live. Shouldn't the scale be like off the chart? shouldn't the needle be off the chart if it's more than 100 miles away? But it's just kind of bumping up slightly. It's not stuck. Right, interesting. And the ADF is 366. So we've got this to do again. Oh, there is a bit of acceleration there. Okay. Should have known that before. Okay, set, and we should see... We should see that needle come alive at some point as well. So I'll keep an eye on that. Actually, I'll just keep the viewpoint on this one for a while, just so you can see, you can get used to what it feels like being a co-pilot in the Commander. I would love. Okay, here is one. Give me your opinions on this. Here is one feature I wish all of the top devs did. Is build into their products shared cockpit functionality. Blacksquare, they need shared cockpit functionality. That's the one feature that I am going to say we just need to have. It's 2026. I've not done shared cockpit in a long time. I should try and find some folk who'd like to do shared cockpit with me again. I know there is an app called Your Controls, and I think you can create your own profile for a specific aircraft that allows you to do shared cockpit with people, and you know, people just make profiles for the aircraft they like. So that may be the right way to go. But I would just love to see developers make an in-house, tailored, personalized, smooth, easy system, like the old Majestic Dash 8 Q400. That just worked out of the box. It was, well, most of the time, but it did do really well. I know that PMDG are creating a shared cockpit functionality in their upcoming 747. So the 747-100 will have shared cockpit functionality, which I cannot wait for. Cannot wait for that aircraft. It's going to be fun. Steam gauge 4-engined, you know, ultra long haul airliner with 3 Siva INSs that are triple mixing and have in-flight DME updating functionality. That's what I've been waiting for. Also, where is the Boeing 707-320B that Osobo is giving us like between now and next month? I'm looking forward to that, definitely. Like, no one's talking about that. Why? It doesn't make sense. Why is nobody talking about that? Where's the hype for that? That's amazing. That's huge. To get a proper 707 made by Inibuild, and the Siva INS avionics are being made by Working Title. That's huge news. Why is nobody, like, I don't see anyone talking about that. Makes me sad. Is my microphone? Yeah, my microphone's still on. Okay. I put NZPL into little nav map, and I'm not seeing that. Let me just have a look. Mount Sunday, New Zealand. Let's have a look at it on Google Maps. Oh, I see. Okay. Actually, we should just head there direct. What are we doing? Oh, I see. We should just head there direct. Yeah. Okay, I see it. Actually, that's on our way. Here we go, folks. So we are here, right? We are going up to Christchurch. But Edoras is right there. So I feel like we should just cut across to there and then go direct to Christchurch. So we're kind of not using any navigational aids to do this, which makes me sad, but we could go to Lord of the Rings, which would make me happy. So I feel like I should do that. So what bearing is that? Let me see. 043. Let's just go 043. But then I want to see if my I'll go there direct. I'll go there direct from our next waypoint. How about that? Because I want to see that these gauges work. I mean, they should. So we've got a bit of a ridge up ahead there, haven't we? Goat friend, the tablet, does it have Navigraph integration? With all Blacksquare tablets, it's kind of its own thing. It doesn't have a Navigraph integration into this specific inbuilt tablet. But if you go to the default MSFS 2020 tablet, you should have Navigraph inbuilt here, which is going to now, like, give me huge stutters in order to load. But that's where I would go if I wanted tablet stuff. Oh, is that gonna crash my sim now that I opened that? Oh, please don't. Okay, I am going to need to climb to 10,000 feet. Go up, please. Go up, please. Thank you. There we go. I don't feel happy about that ridge ahead of me. So yeah, what I'm going to do is just keep navigating outbound on this radial until I gradually start to pick up these two, the NDB and the DME of my next waypoint. because there's no VOR there, there's just these two, so we're going to use these two gauges. I also want to monitor my airspeed as I climb here. In the grand scheme of things, I don't feel like I've really burnt a huge amount of fuel. But then also in the grand scheme of things, I've not really come that far. I mean, the entire flight plan is 340 nautical miles. That's just a cross-country jaunt. That's not actually... Yeah, that's not actually that far. You know, I'm used to 1,000 nautical mile legs in the Comanche. They're not called the Southern Alps for nothing, yeah. I mean, look at that. What a country. What a country to live in. Like, that's just incredible. And there's so much land out there that human beings can't live in or on because it's so inaccessible. Like, there must still just be people with log cabins out there in the middle of nowhere just chilling, because it's like Alaska in terms of inaccessibility. It's like Alaska, but then 15 miles away is like a town or a city because people can live there. But you go like 10 miles in the other direction and then it's like nobody's there, and nobody's ever been there for like years because it's just so ridiculously hard to get to. Okay, coming up on 10,000. Let's just hit the VS down button a few times, and then once we come over 10,000, hit out hold. Very good. Okay, so we're going outbound. I really am a little bit sad that I'm just a bit sad that I've not got a DME, a distance counter. Unless I do, and I just don't know where to get it. And again, I don't know why... I've not seen this as being useful at all. I'm going to have to research that and what that does and why. What I will do is, after today's live stream, in preparation for tomorrow's live stream, I will make it my homework to learn how to be able to read my distances to VORs and DMEs, where that readout might be, and hiding underneath what instrument. So. Okay, so Little Nav Map is giving me an ETA to Christchurch of an hour. well, 52 minutes. So, but it's not taking into consideration that at our next waypoint we'll veer off diagonally and go and overfly Edoras and then come back into Christchurch. So I have one more cracker and then I will be crackerless. Good point. I picked up local QNH, but because I was not using the autopilot, I didn't change the autopilot's QNH or altimeter. Now I'm back on the autopilot. I'm basically on altimeter 290902, standard barometric pressure for 10,000 feet. But technically, when I was coming into Milford Sound, I was doing that predominantly on manuals, and I was clearly in clear viz. So in real life, I should have. Well, this is the thing. I set the local QNH for on the altimeter, but because I wasn't using the autopilot, I can't remember actually changing that. So.
Hi guys.
I might have pizza for dinner actually this evening. Oh yes. I don't have any tea left. This is a problem. Ian, this is a problem. Fix it for me, Ian. I don't have any tea left. Okay, so let's have a look at the range. Right-click, navigate range for the DME. Okay, is 40 nautical miles, and we're not there yet. Okay, that's fine. We're 15 nautical miles away from the range of this DME. So in 15 nautical miles, we should start to see that needle do something. Whether or not that needle technically should just go straight from 0, bing, up to 40 nautical miles. Yeah, it should go up to about there, which is 40. Well, it should go up to here. And then what's the range on the ADF or the NDB? Let me have a look. Oh, there's no range on the DME or the NDB. Hopefully there is. It's going to trip me up so hard having a separate altimeter for the autopilot. Yeah. I mean, all the Cessnas do. The Bendix King avionics stacks for the Cessnas all have separate QNHs for the autopilot. But then yeah, I guess it's what you're used to, isn't it? I'm looking forward to getting into this. The RNAV 511. Maybe this should be tomorrow's focus. Using this to fly RNAV without GPS. Maybe this should be tomorrow's focus. That would be good. Yeah, I think that's. I should do some research and get ready for that tomorrow. Okay, so we should be 45 minutes from Christchurch now, apart from the diversion that we're going to take. Ah! We are now in range. Look at that. We've got ourselves a DME. That is 40... That's about 43 nautical miles. And... we don't really see any... We don't really see any ADF yet. Sadly. And also, I remember that I was on... I should probably go on heading hold now, because we don't have any Queenstown VOR to track outbound. We ran out of that. Just turn slightly like that. Hopefully we should pick up something. That would be nice. I think all in all, after flying this aircraft and just living with it a bit, the feel of it, the immersion is really there. The gauges, the sounds, just put you there. The movements, I really can't find any faults with this. It's that DME. Sorry, NDB. 066. Yeah. Oh, sorry, 366. Yeah, it's 366 megahertz or kilohertz, and it's not really working. We're almost 30 nautical miles. Let's go to the lower scale, and then we should see the countdown of the DME there, and then hopefully we should see. We'll have to test this instrument with another. Oh, is there one in range? Is there another one that we can just use as a test? I don't think so. No. There's one on the coast. Oh, there's one. Frequency 302. See if the 302 is going to work for us. Hey, it works. So it does work, obviously. It's just that it's not the one we're going towards. Just isn't playing ball right now. 366. Set. Yeah. Okay. We'll just wait and see. I've just been unlucky in my choice of nav aids today. Is this really what it amounts to? And the fact that there's not really that many nav aids to choose from, and ground-based nav aids to choose from in southern New Zealand, which is a shame. So it just means that the next time I fly in southern New Zealand with this aircraft, I need to, or most aircraft to be fair, I just need to bring the GTN 750, which is pretty much the only navigation display that I tolerate. So. I am feeling that pizza now. That would be nice. Oh, actually, hello. Yes, we do have it now. Yay! It's showing us. Okay, so we need to turn to the right slightly, I think. That's what that's telling us. That's cool. It is working after all. That makes me happy. Excellent. So now we have a DME readout as well as a heading to fly. To be fair, probably the way in which you find the distance of a VOR, if you're tracking a VOR radial like over here, probably the way to do it is just to put the same frequency in here, and then you get the readout of the distance of the VOR there, rather than there being any sort of distance readout on here related to, like, right in front of your face. Because the more modern aircraft, they'll have like a nav1 or nav2 gauge, and you tune in the VOR, and then it'll show you somewhere quite clearly a digital readout of the distance. Okay, so from this waypoint, we're going to want to fly out on a heading of 318 for roughly 47 nautical miles, and then we will get to Edoras, home of the Horse Lords. and then maybe we could take a picture. You know, you never know. And then a cheeky thumbnail, and then head out to Christchurch and land for the evening. I think actually the fact that it's now 20 to 6, that's not too bad. I think if I could land, I think what I'll do is I'll land in Christchurch, have dinner. Yeah, I'll land in Christchurch, have dinner, and it's up to you. If you guys want me to come back later, after dinner, let me know. But I will be on to live stream again the aircraft tomorrow evening, before launch on Wednesday. So I'm glad to see though that we have tested, and we do see that the DME, the NDB, and the ADF, the NDB, and the DME distance work. But of course they work, because this is like pre-release candidate. Like I said, pretty much everything works as it should, at a very high quality. But nice to make it work. And I love to see I love that the needles are kind of alive. The needles have like wobbliness to them and vibration to them. They're not just some sort of thing that's just stuck there lifeless. This just shows how far flight simulation has come on in you know, 5 to 10 years. Because 5 to 10 years ago, we had nothing like this. We just didn't have anything like this. We were all in P3D, and if any of you want to go back, if any of you have not seen it, you should go and look at some of my older videos in P3D, and see what kind of simulator, you know, and what we called good quality back then. Yes, arguably it's still good quality, and I'm not saying it's not. It's just that a lot of things have moved forward. Some things that remain just as good as they were the day they were made, like the flight dynamics and the aerodynamics of the aircraft. Some of them are still just as good as they were, and still as realistic, highly realistic. And it's just things like graphics and performance. But also the small things like needle wobble, you know, and as we picked up the outer band of the range of the NDB, that needle was wobbling far more, a far greater range of wobble, and that needle becomes more accurate the closer we get to the thing, and that's correct. That's accurate. That's how ADFs behave. It's not like as soon as you cross some sort of threshold, the needle immediately goes from not being able to pick up the station to immediately being bang on this, like 100% accuracy straight away. It's because that frequency peters out over the range, and as you come closer and closer and closer and you pick up that frequency, the frequency inherently becomes more accurate because it gets stronger as you fly closer towards the nav station. So all those sorts of things, like, now we're starting to see in the behavior of these needles, and it's just so cool to be able to see that now, versus aircraft before, you know, weren't quite of that caliber. Okay, so we are we're close to 10 nautical miles out from our waypoint on the coast, and at that waypoint we will then take a left-hand turn and fly over the mountains there towards Edoras. Probably have a look around. And then hightail it out to Christchurch. But this is kind of what a long haul in general aviation looks like. It does feel a bit boring. I mean, obviously we're not online, we're not on VATSIM, and we're not on Say Intentions, you know. I suppose I could actually. No, I'm not going to now because I'm going to dive. I'm going to fly away from my flight plan, and Beyond ATC wouldn't like that, so we're not going to do that. But I do intend to start making some good quality tutorials on aircraft like this, and other Blacksquare aircraft, and you know, more on the A2A stuff as time goes on. And I was spending this morning getting back up to speed with the airport project videos. The next one should be Exeter. So I had already written most of the script for the Exeter video before I didn't touch it again for like 3 years. So Mike Coffey liked and subscribed. Who knew that one day I'd be flying a 144 in the sim? Was a passenger long ago, but a 122 brings back memories. Yeah. Oh yeah. There's a guy in the chat who was an owner of a Commander. He was saying it's really cool. Thank you for the subscribe. I don't go out of my way to tell people to like and subscribe. I'm not one of those YouTubers that does that. And my YouTube channel has been around for donkey's years. I think it's maybe 14, coming on almost 15 years that I've been doing flight simming on YouTube. I started back in FSX, and my channel is only maybe 7,500 subscribers. So I've not really ever pushed it, and there are long periods where I go without uploading, and I upload haphazardly, I live stream haphazardly, so that doesn't help me. But I would like eventually, I think I would like to see my channel grow a bit more, and I am thinking, I am actually looking at options of working in some regular hours into my week for video production for the YouTube channel. So I'm hoping in the coming months that higher quality tutorial videos should be coming more frequently on the channel. So but this aircraft just, I mean just look at the textures down there. Look at those crack textures again. Really beautiful. Really stunning work that Blacksquare have done. And the kind of mottled plastic texture. Like that's attention to detail. You know? The textures are kind of patchy. You can see that it's not all uniform. There are marks and yeah, where people have put their hands or done something. Yeah. Yeah, it's an amazing aircraft. So my YouTube channel, Mike Coffey, is there's my turn. My YouTube channel specifically focuses on steam gauge airliners and steam gauge general aviation. Basically, I steer away from GPS stuff. I don't like the magenta line stuff as much. So I'll be really interested in the new 707 that's coming out soon from Asobo, built by Inibuilds and working title, along with the PMDG 747, the Just Flight A300B4 with its SIVA INSs, Delco Carousel inertial navigation units, which is what airliners used before GPS to cross the Atlantic and so forth. So those sorts of things I'm really interested in seeing, and I think the sim is getting to a really good point now. I think, and this is a good thing really, about not releasing new flight simulators every like 2 years, because it just completely destroys the third-party developers' abilities to bring out high fidelity add-ons. They, you know, because these high fidelity add-ons take years in the making, in the workflows and the pipelines for these developers to begin churning out. And so I think we're only now seeing MSFS 2024 really starting to mature as a platform with all of the add-ons, the high quality add-ons that are now coming out. You know, because the first solid 2 to 2.5, maybe 3 years of 2024 being out, the only thing that developers were interested in doing is covering all of the really popular bases. So the 737, the A320, the A319, the A321, the Boeing 777. You know, it's like all the tube liners, all the real popular stuff. That's what all the developers have been focusing on for the first 2, 3, 4 years of MSFS 2024. And I feel like now all of the popular bases have been covered in the sim. Now the developers are moving on to the less popular, the more fringe, the more specific vintage options, like the Fokker F100 or the Fokker F70, the A300B4. You know, these are the things that won't make an absolute killing, but they're still worth it. They're still worth it for developers to do now that all of the really popular stuff has been done. So I have seen a lot of old instrumentation, but not seen that below the clock before. Below the clock, this thing here, I will show you how this works when we get to Christchurch, my friend. It's basically exactly the same as this for following your localizer and glide slope. It's exactly the same as this, but it's just lights instead of white dials that move, right? So I'll show it's really cool. There's another one here as well. I'll show those to you when we land in Christchurch. We're going to Rohan at the moment, so I feel annoyed how all the developers have jumped on 24 despite crash the desktop. Lights, yeah, lights. Fancy that. I know there's fancy another way of doing things. When you look back into the past and you see more retro gauges and retro ways of doing things, it's kind of like, they made it work that way, you know. Yeah, and I mean this is cool. I don't know if Mike Coffee, if you've seen this before. This is really cool. Okay, so this is an RNAV, and you might say, but Peter, why do you have an RNAV unit in an aircraft that doesn't have GPS? Surely you can't do RNAV, right? No, you can, because what this unit does is this unit takes a VOR frequency, and you can create virtual VORs within the range of influence of a VOR, as almost like it's a GPS waypoint, but it's not based on GPS. It's based on a VOR's. It's all within relation to a VOR that you tune. So if I just kind of bring over a little nav map and explain. So like, let's say this VOR down at Invercargill range VOR. There you go. So that circle is the range of that VOR, right? Let's say if I wanted to create a waypoint at this island right here, I could do that if I just place a user waypoint there. I could do that based off of its reference to this VOR. So if I draw from the VOR to that area and click, what I would do in that unit is I would say, I would put in the frequency of the VOR, I would put in the range away from that frequency and the radial of that frequency to determine that point in three-dimensional space in the unit, and that's how it would know where that was. It's really cool. So it's basically it's like GPS before GPS. It is GPS. It's just GPS that's based on ground-based nav aids instead of satellites. So. Right. So, we are halfway to Rohan. What I'm going to do... Old Arnav, and I thought Loran was old. Yeah, well, Loran is older than that. In fact, there is an airliner coming up soon. Well, not soon, but there is an airliner coming up that will have functional Loran navigation built in, and it's the Comet 4B. I'm really looking forward to that one as well. But you will be able to do functional Loran navigation in that thing. It's going to be really, really cool. I could talk more about that in a moment, but what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to go make another cup of tea. So I'm going to put on the we'll be back soon, and I will go grab some tea and be back in a moment. So... Okay. Right, let's have a look. I can actually see in the distance. Yep, I can actually see in the distance where I'm headed, I believe. Just go to the right slightly. It's right there. So we're almost 3 hours on the clock. Yep, just about 3 hours on the clock. How are we looking? In terms of fuel, the tanks are almost at half each. So yeah. Oh, okay, I'll buy this an end of the year 172 from A2A, hopefully for 2020 and 2024. Been waiting for a proper 22 since The Sims inception. Yes, Mike, you see, the 172, I don't know, maybe people just kind of get bored about the 172, but being that it's like the trainer of all time, having a high fidelity 172 in a sim really means a lot, and the fact that we've not had one until now is actually a little bit crazy. It's a bit sad. So what I'm going to do actually is I'm going to descend. I want to get closer to this place. Why am I not descending? Why am I not descending? This is confusing. Oh, okay, now I am. No, we're not really descending. Yeah, it's not quite the same avionics that I'm used to, so I'm kind of learning the avionics. Maybe I have to have alt engaged and then... It's not really doing it though. Yeah, put something lower than 10,000. I was gonna put like 2,000 feet, right? And then I go VS and then down. Still not going anywhere. Okay, that's out hold. I'll go vertical speed, and then I go down. Okay, I'm just gonna pull off the autopilot and just manually begin descending. And I love the bell ringing noise when you pull out too much power and the gear are still up, and it rings to tell you that you haven't lowered your gear yet. It sounds like an old 1950s telephone. Listen. Isn't that so cute? Hello. Okay, descending 1,500 feet per minute now. This is the beans. Okay, what we're gonna do is we're gonna descend down to like 1,000 feet, maybe even 500 feet, and then we'll basically buzz past Edoras and get some screenshots. And then we'll hightail it out for Christchurch and pizza. Yeah, I like the Comanche too. Yeah, this is a different flavor than the Comanche, definitely. It's, like I say, it's because it's not a Piper and it's not a Cessna. It's its own thing. And it's made to a very high standard. The simulations, the gauges, it's visceral. I'd say it's the immersion of the whole package put together. It's like I was saying about the Just Flight Fokker F100. They did such a good job at making everything fit together. There's not one part of the package that's letting the rest of the team down, if that makes sense. It's like they've not made like a really good accurate simulation of an aircraft and then the sounds fall down and the sounds kind of sound a bit two-dimensional and plastic, and it kind of takes you out of the authenticity of the product that you've bought, if that makes sense. But Just Flight and Blacksquare are making aircraft that are just really good at those, the whole package. Of course, Blacksquare has outsourced the sound production to I can't remember who it is, but it's one of the best in the business. Just Van Schaik. Good to see you again. I'm sorry if I don't remember seeing you before, but good to see you again, yeah. I'm just descending to take a low flyby. Boris, thank you, Ian. Boris and Echo 19, yeah. One of the best in the business. I'm gonna just gonna do a bit of a flyby and take some screenshots, you know, for memories. And get nice and low. Obviously these trees probably aren't there in real life, but that's just the sim being the sim. Okay, I'm gonna come in between the outcrop and this mountain, and yeah, this is 24. Okay, let's go 25 squared. Get some power going, and we're just gonna bomb it for Christchurch. There it is. There's Edoras, as seen in Lord of the Rings. Let me get just about... I want to say just about here. Maybe, and then get the wings like that, and then pause. Like that, and then there we go. Yeah, some of them are kind of low res textures. There it is. Okay, let's head east for Christchurch now. And let's stay relatively low for this leg to Christchurch, because it's just nice to see the scenery down low. So I'm just gonna pop on the autopilot back on at about 3,000 feet, and let me just hit the gonna go in between these two hills here, which is about there, and I'm gonna hit the heading and VS. Let's go 3,000 feet. No, let's go 4,000 feet, and let's go VS up. Okay, so if I go VS up, is it going to, when it gets to 4,000 feet, is it going to, oh, I need to actually put... See, it's just not working. It's not working as the way it was before, and I don't know why. Why is it not working the same way it was working before? Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised that they don't fence it off and charge commission. But what they did do when they shot the movie is they said to Peter Jackson and the production team that if you use that location to shoot Edoras in Rohan for the movie, you have to dismantle absolutely every single piece of anything you brought and completely return it to nature before, like it was before. Even the road, they had to build a road to that hill to then truck things in to build stuff, and they basically took the turf and put it back over where they had a road. So like the road that went to that hill that they had still isn't even there for the movie. Oh, pull the fuse and reset it. You know what, goat friend? I might just try that. Where is the fuse? Alt cell? Oh, that might do it. I mean, you may have just destroyed my auto... No, okay. Hey, it looks like it's working. Is it going to hold 4,000? Because I set 4,000. No. No, it's just going to go straight through 4,000. So I don't really know what this is for. This doesn't do anything. I mean, this is what controls the autopilot, as far as I'm aware. It's not this, but so then the use of this doesn't make sense to me yet. Yeah, so I could just keep pressing the VS up button, and I'm getting a steeper and steeper climb. Let's keep 24 squared there. Like usually day one, I'll just jump and fly, and after read the information. That's generally how flight simming works. You just want to have fun, right? You want to jump in, have fun, not be too serious on day one, and then you learn a lot by making tons of mistakes, and then you're like, okay, right, I made these mistakes. Let's learn specifically about this issue so that I can come back the next time and do it better. That's generally how my flight simming has been over the years. So yeah, you see, now I'm pressing VS up, and that's not going any further up. So there's something about this system that I'm not understanding quite right. I thought I understood it when I first started live streaming, and earlier today when I first had to go with the aircraft, but now it's not quite doing what I thought it was or should. So I'm a little bit like, I don't quite know what's going on. Got to make sure I know where I'm going though as well. Yes. Okay, so Christchurch does have a VOR. It's 15.3, so I'm going to put 15.3 in the box. I'm not expecting to pick it up now because we've got mountains in the way. But it's going to be roughly 090, roughly. So when I pick it up, we should see a radial. Yeah, this climb thing, I'm not really getting the idea. 23, it's roughly 23 minutes to Christchurch, so not too long now, but yeah, I'm not quite, I need to read up on this autopilot system. I read in the manual that those up and down buttons you use override the panel up to the right. There is another up-down button up right that I think take you set. So there's this thing, goat friend, up here, where you set the autopilot barometric pressure, you set the altitude you want in thousands, in hundreds or thousands, then you set the VS in hundreds, so that's 400 VS. There's an amber light turned on. You can choose 0, 2, 4, 6, 8, and 1,000, and 12, 14, 16 to 1,600 feet per minute. Oh, maybe yellow is down, and maybe that's up. Okay, maybe if you just press the VS and then set it there, it's 400. Actually, if that's 400, that looks correct. That looks correct. If you just have it in the VS mode and then you select the VS here. Let's say if I go steeper, 600. Yep, there you go. Okay, fixed, goat friend. Thank you. Yeah, so rather than pressing those buttons, all you do is just press the VS button, and then you change the VS by this up here, and then it's holding. It seems to be holding, but then having up and down here just kind of confuses the issue. I don't know. There is a black thing you can rotate for VS where you select altitude. Yes, it's right here. It's right here. So the first 3 are for your altimeter. The next 3 are for your altitude, and then the last one is for your VS. Yeah. Right, now I'm expecting that at this point I should start to receive my VOR frequency. Let me just go get the nav range. Okay, the nav range for the Christchurch VOR is 40 nautical miles, and we are not quite in that range yet. So we will soon see the Christchurch VOR coming in. And this is where my coffee, you will see, not this one, but you will see this one beginning to work. Which should show you the radial inbound to Christchurch. On a radial of 090, that is. Yeah, you did that. It's just that there is a 20-second stream delay. Yeah, oh, okay, thanks. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, you see, there is a bit of variation, but I think that's just turbulence that kind of kicks it off slightly, and then it kind of refines what it should. Let's hold at 7,000 feet. I don't want to go any higher than 7,000. I don't need to. We're quite close to Christchurch now. Ah, there's my radial. So if I go and hunt, you see, instead of there being a white bar that kind of sits and does this to denote the radial, you've literally just got a line of digital dots. So if I set, you know, I know that in direct to the VOR is 057, but if I just hit nav, we should be capturing that radial now, and then the aircraft should, I say should, go inbound that VOR or along that radial. So here's hoping. Yeah, you see it just blew through that altitude. It just blew through that altitude. So I'm gonna go 200 feet per minute down to recapture that altitude. Yep, see now it's configured that radial. It's yeah, I know, it's crazy. I mean, it's like, oh, I guess we could use like digital LEDs. So, and the green one, when the green one is lit in the middle, it means you're bang on the radial. It means it's right in the middle. But this one we'll use for the ILS. I'll show you. Actually, I'll set this up now for you. So the ILS into Christchurch. Let's actually just get the wind for Christchurch, because we're looking like it's the opposite runway. Let me just grab the METAR. Let me grab the METAR. Yes, okay, so we're actually coming in on 20. Yeah, ILS runway 20's frequency is 110.3. So let's put 110.3, and that is the frequency, and the ILS localizer and glide slope should appear on that one. Yeah, so on this one you can see we're green, which means that we've captured and we're right on the radial, and the T means to, and the F means from, which means it shows you we're flying to the VOR along that radial of 057. Just do a final look, T's and P's. Okay, the fuel is down to half tanks. The volts and the amps is looking good. Cylinder head temperature is looking good, and the oil is also looking good. The cowl flaps are still closed. EGT is still looking good as well. And we are sucking lots of fuel, actually. We are not configured for like optimum cruise, but then we are fast. We are pumping the speed. So. We wanna get to Christchurch for the pizza. Where ground speed is 165 at oh, okay, yeah. Okay, I didn't capture 7,000 feet again. But there we go. Yeah. Yeah, we'll land, and we'll. I think I'll call it. I'll call the live stream at on the landing at Christchurch. But we'll do an ILS. We'll show you how we'll come down the ILS on autopilot, configure with flaps and gear and everything, and then pull the autopilot off and do a manual touchdown. Well, what we can do, actually, Goat Friend, before we get to Christchurch, let's just change the sim time to night, and I'll have a look at the night lighting. Okay, 7,000 feet, there we go. Let's go and change to night lighting. Actually, let's just go real time. Looks nice. Look at that. That does look beautiful. Isn't the default parametric pressure or barometric pressure? Yes, actually we've got two different... Oh, thank you. Yeah. Manuel said something about the nice effect. Yeah, so the effect is like the cloud. I have it turned on, which means that whenever we go through a cloud, like the strobe reflects off the nearby cloud and like almost blinds you. It's like a real massive burst of light. You can kind of see the effect right now, actually. Yeah, look at that. Boom, 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 boom. Isn't the default barometric pressure 29902? Yeah, so 29902, and then I should probably have it set here. 10, 11, 12. 29902. Yeah, there you go. So that's standard barometric pressure, set for both the autopilot and the altimeter, which I should have done before, and you know it's gonna catch all of us out every single time. But there we go. Yeah, let's come in IFR. So let me just tune down. Oh no, sorry, that's the wrong one. I meant to do this one. So you can turn that completely off and get good night vision. Or but problem is now I can't see it. Crap, now I can't see it. That's the only problem with turning it fully off. There it is. Okay. If you make it really dull, but just tiny little bit, that's probably the best for night vision. But the autopilot baro you can only set 3 digits. I see. Yeah, exactly. So it doesn't give you the 10th. Is it the 10th? No, the 100th. It doesn't give you the 100th. It only gives you 3 out of the 4, because the altitude is so the baro is these 3, the altitude is these 3, and then the VS is this one. So for some reason, in their deep wisdoms, they've not allowed you to tune the 100th from the decimal position. Cabin temp is low, apparently. Trying to press the tablet. Show tablet. Where is the tablet? Oh, there's the tablet. Hello. What is my cabin? It's cold. Right, it's because I pulled this out. Let's go. Let's go 20. Let's set it for 20 degrees Celsius. How about that? Okay. No problem. No problem about interrupting. That's helpful. It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. So let me see. We're still on our way. For some reason the nav had become disengaged. Don't know why. it's going to re-engage that that radial. And yeah, so we've got some clouds ahead there, goat friends, so we'll probably get some more strobe effects as we get closer. Okay, so I'll probably start descending now. Let's go down to 3,000 feet, which is the beginning of the ILS. And that needs to be VS. Okay, so VS is selected. We're going to go down the descent. So we'll go to aircraft, pre-flight, in-flight, approach. Let's go descent again. Cowl flaps closed. Yep, throttle reduced. Mixture enrichen. Engine performance monitor. Okay. And remember, we've got 10.3. We've got our localizer and glide slope set in. And we'll come in for a nice night approach. Do you guys want, just for the approach, do you guys want the chat, the live chat on the screen in the bottom right like that? Or would you like that taken away? I can also take away the video capture as well, so you've got a much more unobstructed vision of, actually, yeah, why don't we do that? Well, let's just take all that away. So you guys are just seeing what the sim is showing, and then I can still look at the live chat feed on my second screen. But if you guys like that, we can do that. So. Okay, coming down through 6,000 feet, let's hit the B key and go to the local barometric pressure, which is 122, which is 30.1, 30.19, 30.18. Like so, probably rounded up to 30.2. So that the autopilot knows what it's doing. So I guess you've just got to think about it as a separate step when you are looking at setting the local barometric pressure. You also have to, in your brain, think to always update the autopilot's reference as well, or else the autopilot's reference and your reference will be wrong. So, right, so coming down, we've got an 11 knot tailwind. So we're going to come round, we're going to pass the airport on our right hand side, and then we're going to turn around onto the ILS and come in from the northeast. But we won't be too long now. Let me see, what does Volanta says? We've got 7 minutes to the, yeah, we've got 7 minutes to Christchurch, so not long now. Good stuff. It's been a really lovely live stream. I've enjoyed this, and I'm really enjoying the aircraft. I think it's a cracker of an aircraft. Definitely worth picking up. Pretty much almost anything from Blacksquare is worth its money at this point, and this is no exception. I would thoroughly recommend this. As someone who's a die-hard A2A simulations fan and have been for 13, 14 years, I would still be saying this is comes highly recommended from me. Who holds A2A as pretty much the pinnacle. This is very close. This is so close to A2A level of quality, it's in the same region of high fidelity, if I could say that instead. That there's no reason why you wouldn't want to pick this up alongside the A2A Aerostar, Comanche, or Cessna 172 once that comes out. You know, yeah. Thanks, Ian. It's in the same bracket. Yeah, it's in the same bracket basically. It's the same genre of excellence as A2A, which is a huge compliment to Blacksquare, because I, as far as I'm aware, it's literally only one guy. It's literally only one guy that does this. And for just one guy, for a one-man dev team, if it is one-man dev team, I mean, obviously he's outsourced the sound production to Boris Audio Works. You know, fair enough. The man knows what his strengths and weaknesses are, and you know, employing one of the best audio designers in the scene, in the flight sim community, was 100% the best call to make. I loved the A2A B17 in the day. Yeah, no, that was a lovely one, wasn't it? That was a really, really good one. My personal favorite was the A2A B377 Stratocruiser. I would love A2A to bring that back into a modern sim. I mean, no one even knows what it was anymore, because it was the last sim platform that it was compatible on was P3D version 3.5. As soon as P3D went 64-bit, it broke a lot of the AccuSim code, which was a bit heartbreaking. It's kind of hard to fly it in a broken state, so that's why I always had P3D version 3.5 installed, even though it was a 32-bit software on a 64-bit machine. I still had it installed and flyable until quite recently, when my C drive broke and I had to get a new C drive, and then I've just not had the heart and the motivation to reinstall P3D all over again. So right, I'm going to take a turn on to a heading of 195, no, correction, 015. So let's do that. Oh, hello, because we're not on heading. It's about there. Actually, this compass card still is yeah, this gyro drift. It's gyro drift that's made this compass inaccurate. So what we kind of need to do is we need to look up here and go 020. That looks about 020. So what I'm going to do is put that in and go 020, and then quickly do that. And that's a dirty way of doing it, because you kind of you have to do it not on heading hold. Actually, yeah, if you were to not be on heading hold, if you had like a wings level mode, like a roll, like in the Cessnas, in the Bendix King avionics, the ROL default mode, like a roll, then you could do that and it would be more accurate. But see if I could go not. Maybe just take the autopilot off completely and just trim it straight and level and then do it, and that would actually probably be more accurate. Okay, so coming down to 500 feet to 3,000, what we're going to do is just double check our, let's double check our approach checklist. Seatbelt secure, oxygen off, fuel selector tanks on both, fuel pump needs to now go on. Landing lights can now go on. Ooh, we got a little halo ahead of us. Mixture could go max power. Cowl flaps as required. We're still okay on the temperature on the cowl flaps. Flaps 20 degrees. Airspeed 80. Approach checklist complete. So we're going to come down to 3,000 feet, level out, and then we're going to turn in on the ILS. Just double check that that's actually working. That is 10.3, and that should be 196. Yep, there you go. There you go. You see. So that's working. Okay. So the glide slope is way below us, and it is to our left. That's not correct. It should be over here, but I think it's swapped because we're going in the opposite direction. So I think. Okay, there's 3,000 feet. Are we going to... Is it leveling out for me? No, surely not. Is it? Did it out-capture? It looked like it out-captured. No? I guess it out-captured for me. Interesting. I've got to read up on this. I've got to read up on exactly what's happening there. But anyway. So what we're doing is we're waiting for these dots to come up to meet us and then pass and go above us, and that's how we know the glide will go up. 8-way military contractor and Blacksquare private amazing, yeah. And the Clipper, yes. No one bought us, yes. Ian, I still fly B7377 P3D version 6, but without Akisim, captain of the ship. It's just like any other run-of-the-mill default aircraft. But it's a Strat, so I fly it. Yeah, I mean, there you go. That's yeah. That's reason enough. It's a Strat, so I fly it. Okay, so we're now slowing down. Let's go RPM full, mixture full. We are in the white band, so I'm going to add my first notch of flaps. Like so. And... are we seeing that glide... we're seeing that glide slope moving ever so slightly. Just keep that coming. Keep that coming. What's our fuel state? It's a little bit under half on both tanks, but well, fine. I mean, this has only been a 339 nautical mile trip. I feel like it's now here we go with the lightning strike gauge. It's showing a ton of lightning strikes all over the place, and there's no lightning anywhere. So I don't know why those dots appear sometimes where there's no lightning, but yeah, I'll have to research that as well. So yeah, how's the ILS doing? Come on, work for me. Do your thing. Come on. Oh dear, I accidentally turned it off. That's not good. I don't really know what I did, but I don't want to do it again. That just doesn't feel right to me. I'm going to go inbound now, the localizer. I'm going to head in. Going to head 120 and continue to just monitor my speed. And I would hope at some point this begins behaving, because it doesn't look like it is at all. 110.3. 110.3. Localizer heading 196. Unless Christchurch has deleted its, unless it's gotten rid of its ILS and is only now RNAV, and for some reason I still have, I still have it in the sim, So in that case, yeah, it looks like it's totally unresponsive. Like I'm not getting an accurate reading for an ILS off of that. I'm sorry. Let's go 10-3 quickly. On this one here. And go, what was it? What was the frequency? Quickly, it's 196. set. Okay, it's actually the same as this one. This is weird. Okay. Let's turn in now. Oh, it's because we are still very high. Look at that. Look at the runway. Okay. Autopilot off. Actually, that might have been correct all along. I was just still way too high. Why was it? Why was I so high? Okay, let's pull. Let's get the gear down. What's that? Oh, the beep is the outer marker. Yeah, that's the outer marker. Nice. It's like, what exactly is that? Yeah, okay, so it is working. It's just for some reason I was a lot higher than I should have been. But I was getting to the end of the... of the ILS. And the ILS, you usually begin at 3,000 feet. Or the... What am I saying? The beginning of the ILS glide slope is 3,000 feet, and I was out there at that. Maybe I just was wrong. I'm sure I was wrong. Anyway, so essentially, the lateral lights are almost equal. There you go. So, and I know that I'm now on the localizer. And the glide slope, I'm catching up on the glide slope. You see the glide slope is coming up to meet me because I'm descending faster than I need to. So now when I get those dots in the middle, right when all the dots are right in the middle, I know I'm bang on glide. And okay, so there it is. So let's get the last bits of flaps out, and I'll be ready. Yeah. So now I need to climb slightly. Last bits of flaps. This is going to be an interesting one in the night. This is my first night landing in this aircraft. And again, right now we just start scanning our instruments, airspeed, pitch, altitude, descent rate, ILS, airspeed, attitude, altitude, VS, ILS. Go back, forwards, and then as you get closer to the runway, you start transitioning from looking at your instruments to looking at what you can visually see out the window, because if you do have a good picture, like I do now, I've got a good clear picture of what that runway is supposed to be and the pappies, and I can now stop looking at the ILS gauge and start paying more attention to what I'm actually seeing out the window. Because as you know, your reference on a steam gauge is always as good as it can be, but your Mark 1 eyeball reference out the window is always, you're always looking at reality, and you can tell whether or not, you know, if you can see the runway physically, then that's the best gauge you need, really. Okay, a little bit high, and you can see there I accidentally drifted off the glide slope and allowed to get above the glide, and now I'm going to descend a bit more rapidly down through maybe 600-700 feet per minute to come back onto that glide slope. There you go. Pappies should, well, the pappies are regardless now. Okay, so I'm going to just be quiet, and you can hear the touchdown. There we go. Okay, flaps up. And as the flaps rise, of course, it means we settle on the runway far better. And I need to continue a bit further. Let's just lean for ground ops. And yeah. Welcome to Christchurch. That was kind of anticlimactic, but in a good way. And there's Christchurch there. Right, so let's just not go too fast here. Where is that? Oh, that was I wasn't going to be able to make that one. I'm going to come up to the runway intersection and turn left, and then turn left again. So let's see, what was that touchdown? That touchdown was negative 40 feet per minute. So not bad for a that's a good touchdown rate for general aviation aircraft. And am I going too fast to meet this one? Okay, let's brake. There we go. There's the chicken. There's the rudder. When the rudder squeaks, it sounds like a chicken. Like ah. Thank you, Echo 19, for bringing this joy into my life. A chicken, sponsored by Echo 19. Guys, so that's really my review. Buy this aircraft, it sounds like a chicken. See, just brilliant. Just brilliant. I'm taxiing way too fast. Okay, let's just throw it in an obscenely large apron stand that's not designed for an aircraft this size, and call it. And I should have turned the strobe off like years ago. There you go. Bit of chicken just for the last. Oop. Oh dear. Okay, you know what? I'm just going to stop here. Pull the parking brake. Oof. Oh. Okay. I think one of the buttons I use to change the views is also like doubled up as a button that cuts the mixture, which yeah. Anyway. That's that. Okay, so let's just go back to daytime because I'm afraid of the night. Ooh, sorry guys, that's your eyes. So let's just turn everything off. Okay, so the idea is that because this is a completely persistent aircraft now, pretty much the way in which you leave it is the way it's going to be whenever you come back to it. That was 3.7 or roughly 4 hours of flight time on this engine so far. So if I pull up the tablet, yeah, my engine's still 100%. I don't really think I have any issues yet, but this is the thing. With A2A, it's far easier to see issues arising because the engine page, I feel like it gives you far more granular detail of what's going on in the engine, whereas this is not as detailed. So when I'm looking at this, I'm like, oh, this is great. I can see the individual pistons. I can see when they fire, but I can't fix the pistons. I can't check the piston health. I can't check, this or that, or I can't see the oil, the state that the oil's in. So like I say, sorry, there are some things that A2A still have the edge on. But if you think about it, how difficult would it be for Blacksquare to add those things to the simulation? Not hard at all. Like, he's already done all the legwork. He's given us like 99% of what we would want. I mean, those things I've just mentioned are, in comparison with what he's already done, very little. Like, oh no, it's not that one, it's this one. So folks, thank you very much for watching. I think this has been a 4.5 hour live stream. So I am going to call it there, and I'm going to call it and say I'm coming back to live stream tomorrow evening. I won't start as early as I did today. I'll probably start after work, so probably UK time will be like 7 p.m. And I'll go for a couple of hours, 7, 8, 9, 10, something like that. And yeah, and then this aircraft is due to release on Wednesday, as at some point on the Just Flight store. Yeah, hope you enjoyed that. If you have any last questions, or if you're watching this live stream after it's gone live on YouTube, please ask questions in the chat, and myself or any other knowledgeable people, more knowledgeable than myself, will do our best to answer. So, okay, let me just read the last ones in the list here. I'll skip the legacy from A2A. Didn't care for it in real life, but now who knows what a glass air is. Now that's something worth having. Yeah. Greaser, before you get busy with after landing, just like to say you earned a like and follow from me. Great job. Thank you. Thank you. That's very kind. I would like to grow my YouTube channel more. I've spent too many years. I've spent 13, 14 years now making YouTube videos on flight simulation, and I feel like at this point I'm in it for the long haul, and I want to try and push past 10,000 subscribers, 15,000 subscribers. If I could really get up there and start to actually make this worth doing for myself financially, I could then, because I'm a freelancer. There's nothing to stop me, just if I can see the financial viability, to just block out a day of my week to just doing YouTube videos. I would like to get to that point where I could do that, because it would help me diversify my income. So that's what I need to focus on, is pushing out high quality content to you guys, in the form of tutorials, you know, in-depth tutorials on add-ons, stuff like that. Ian, you'll be glad to know I've restarted my video production on the airport series. It's been 3 years since I released Shoreham, so I'm now starting to work on Exeter. So good job with the stream, showing the aircraft. Cheers, that was good. Thanks for that. I volunteer tomorrow. Okay, cool. Thank you very much, guys. I'm gonna go get some pizza. Yeah, that's right. Okay, folks, really enjoyed this one, and please actually say, just before I go, mention in the show notes below in the YouTube video, or right now on stream or something, where you would like to see me flying tomorrow. Personally, I'm thinking it needs to be anywhere where there's a lot of VATSIM coverage, because I'd quite like to get on VATSIM with this tomorrow. So whether that's America, or that's probably going to be the United States, because it's their afternoon, Tuesday afternoon, my Tuesday evening, or it could be the UK. We could be doing like a night flight IFR on VATSIM, you know, in the UK or Europe or something like that. But just let me know if you're interested in seeing me fly this in a specific place. Let me know. All right, that's it for me. I'm gonna go get some dinner, and see you guys tomorrow or around.